Good morning, good afternoon, not morning. Not morning. Although I have been waiting to say good morning for like 3 weeks now. Today we are going to be taking a look at the Path of Exile 3.2 live release, the trailer and the patch notes for 3.2, the Forbidden Sanctum. There's a countdown, 58 minutes and 16 seconds until they go live, which is what we will be reacting to. That gives us a little bit of time beforehand to get to know what they've told us so far. I'm not sure if we're also... Where's that coming from? They've got music. Can I pause that? Can I mute the tab? There should be an option to mute a tab. Okay, well...
there's, if you right-click in Chrome, there's mute site.
Mute site. Oh, boom! Very nice, I did not know that! We've learned something new today. Okay, so we are going to be going over the manifesto for the 3.2 expansion of what they've told us so far. If I can remember my hotkeys here. Alright, so there's a couple of them that we want to read through real quick. Currently the game itself is down for a quick patch. I'm wondering if this is them uploading the files while everybody gets ready to watch. It makes the most sense. But we're going to start at... We're going to start at 3.2, Jewels and Ailment Mitigation. Bad gateway, excuse me? Is the whole site down? Oh no, there it goes. That was strange. That was weird. Alright. In our upcoming 3.2 expansion, we're making a number of balance changes that will present over several balance manifestos that each cover an individual topic in today's manifesto. We're discussing changes to jewels, most noticeably increasing their potential for ailment mitigation. The problem: jewels have modifiers that provide various forms of ailment avoidance and protection. However, because their values are moderately low, you often need to stack several jewels in order to have an adequate level of protection. We feel that this is an excessive amount of investment for how necessary ailment mitigation is to a character's build. This issue has been exacerbated by some of these mods being gated behind corruption, making them more expensive and difficult to acquire. The solution: we're expanding the pool of mods available on magic and rare jewels, and are making their modifier values more generous so that players have better access to sources of ailment mitigation with less investment. Regular jewels, i.e. jewels that are not abyss or cluster jewels, now have mods that provide reduced duration or reduced effect for a wider variety of ailments than before this. Abyss jewels now have mods that provide avoidance of various ailments. This means that jewels should be more reliable and less expensive source of ailment mitigation throughout their higher mod values and better variety of mods. Now, we probably won't go through every single thing on this. I saw it, dude. Saw Tom. Tom, are you still here?
Yes, sir. I'm just saying muted so you don't hear my ASMR while you're reading over the manifesto.
ASMR. He's doing his own stream, ladies and gents. But yeah. We won't go through everything in this word for word. But there are some important outliers. I'm trying to find where it is on jewels. Problem: many unique jewels are not exciting to find. We are here. Not exciting to find. There are a few reasons for this. In most cases, they are simply underpowered or apply to a too narrow window of usage, or both. There are also many corruption-only jewels that don't fulfill a good purpose. Previously, we were hesitant to revisit unique jewels and improve them beyond their initial designs because many of their themes are somewhat rigid in nature, meaning there is little room to improve them without completely remaking them. An example of this is the Fireborn Crimson Jewel that has no values that we could increase to make it more useful. It simply changes the damage type within a radius, which has very limited opportunities for use. Any improvement we could make to this jewel would have to fundamentally change its identity and would therefore essentially remove the jewel in its current form from Path of Exile. So solution, we're making it so that every unique jewel that drops is very rare and highly desirable. This means that many existing unique jewels have been removed from the drop pool. The intention is now that when you find a unique jewel, it should almost always be a very positive experience. To help make jewel drops, we've designed a new set of unique jewels that are powerful chase items. So chase items is like, you know, your mage bloods, your headhunters, your, you know, like the doctor is a card, Washer's Eyes, things that might make or break your build without them, things that everybody's going to want to be chasing after. So the fact that they're claiming it's a chase jewel off rip before they're even, you know, releasing the notes today, these have been out for a while, must mean they really, really believe in whatever it is that they're putting out. So I can't wait to see what that is. I'm very excited to see what they end up talking about if there's more than one. These can drop from the core pool, which means you're not gonna have to go bossing to get these. This is in the entire game's pool, maybe obviously restricted by a certain level or until you hit a certain act in the early game. But in the core pool, meaning that they should drop fairly often. So I'm wondering if they're gonna be like role specific. You know what I mean? Whether or not we're gonna have to have the exact roles that we need in order to make them work for us. Especially if they're saying they're chase items that are going to be easily accessible. It's not much of a chase if they just fall in your lap. But we'll see how that goes. You can learn more about these jewels in the upcoming announcement for the 3.2. With that said, there were some unique jewels that were still useful for a subset of players because they had build-enabling modifiers or other very niche uses like the brute force solution or the attribute transformation jewels. Instead of getting rid of these, we made them corruption-only unique jewels. We feel this has benefits for both players who want them and players who don't, as generally players who don't want them won't come across them as core drops. Oh, Tom, what is that one that makes, you know, strength and radius is now dexterity, etc.?
Those are something training.
Efficient training?
One for each, efficient training, yeah, that's one. And there's one for intellect and also for dex.
So if they're getting rid of those, I wonder what those prices are going to be looking like.
Are they getting rid of those?
They're making them a corruption-only jewel.
Huh.
Let's see. I don't know how I overlooked that the first time I read through these. Let's just see in standard. I think I might have an efficient training jewel.
Can't look up prices right now.
Yeah, you can. 1 chaos,
oh,
2 chaos, 3 chaos. They're cheap. I wonder how much. I definitely have one of these. I wonder how much they're gonna go up. Because there is a flood of them on the market. Find a unique jewel. They want to be an exciting experience. They've said this about other uniques in the past. We'll see. It doesn't sound like a bad change to me. I mean, most of the time you're going to drop a unique, you're not even going to bother to look at it. So I don't think they're ever going to permanently fix that. Because the more you raise the value of all uniques, the less unique they are. You know what I mean? They just become equally as watered down by the other ones. It almost feels like there's too many uniques. Maybe that would be the way to fix it. Don't like to be burdened with predictable unique request rewards. Oh yeah. This is one that I'm waiting to see how it affects an item that I already own. Unique jewels will no longer be offered as quest rewards. Most of the jewels that were previously offered have been removed entirely, though some important ones have had their effects preserved in the form of new unique items or being added to the pool of rollable jewel modifiers. These quest rewards now offer a random rare jewel. Because the rewards are not static like the unique jewels were, they may have a better chance of being useful to the receiver or something that may be valuable to trade to others. At the very least, they should be less predictable. So they're just adding ailment mitigation, trying to make unique drops more exciting as they have been for a while. What was in the FAQs? Was there anything good in the FAQs? Oh, just as an example, we're gonna probably see this final number in a bit anyways, but can you give us some examples of the numbers on the ailment mitigation modifiers of jewels? Regular jewels can roll up to 35% reduced duration or reduced effect of curses of ailments. Abyss jewels can roll up to 50% ailment avoidance. Just have tears. Removing any corrupted implicit modifiers. They are not removing any. No weighted chances. They didn't want to share which unique jewels are being removed. That are definitely being removed. So malicious intent, brittle barrier, and unstable payload are all getting removed from the game. Diluting the mod pool and nerf. I would say that's not a nerf. It makes it easier to get the mods you want. Or no, diluting the mod pool would be a nerf, yeah. Shows that are being removed still have replica versions from Heist. We never looked into the replica jewels like we said we would. I can't think of a single replica jewel that I've heard of.
I don't know of any either. I don't think we're missing much.
Yeah, Poacher's Aim was one I wanted to talk about. It's being removed entirely. They're not going to take them out of your stash, which means if you have them, they are now going to get more rare. We've run into a couple of players that noticed this. A few of these other ones are just becoming more available or are being changed a little bit, but Poacher's Aim is being entirely removed. Let's see what those are up to. Poacher's Aim Viridian Jewel. What do you mean there's none on the market? Huh?
There's people still logging back in from the reset.
Interesting.
They exist, people are just offline.
Crazy. All right, we'll throw a live search up and we'll come back to it. So as they log on, we can see them. That things may change before launch, after further testing and feedback. So this could still change, but as of right now, the prediction is that Poacher's Aim is going to go up in price. $46 minutes away from the new drop. Let's see. Monster mods and Arch Nemesis. I think I can skip the actual mods now. Was there anything particular? So, I think the TLDR on this one... Oh, wait, did they not add one? Doesn't look like they did. Oh, the TLDR is still at the top. Pete! So, the issues players often had with Arch Nemesis, really. Potter. He opened the door, that's crazy. The mods often had multiple effects bundled, which made them harder to understand. Due to how many effects were included in a single mod, it made too many encounters too complex. The way Arch Nemesis rewards were set up meant that players felt like they couldn't just kill a monster. They had to consider if they wanted to bring in a Magic Find character to maximize reward. The goals of the new system are mods do one specific thing, so it'll say, you know, if it's resist lightning damage, it's resist lightning damage. It's not going to be like Storm Drinker, which is, I think, increased lightning resistance, increased lightning damage, just a couple other things. Mods say what they do rather than having a thematic name as well. So it's one thing, it's just going to say what it is. It's not going to be hidden underneath a name that might mean more. Encounters are simplified on average and retain interesting fights. Players are no longer required to do annoying actions to maximize rewards, such as hiring magic finds. You're just going to be able to run it and gun it. This one's pretty short. And then we'll go into the FAQ because someone asked something very interesting. And this is something I'm counting on. I'm currently selling a replica headhunter, and someone had asked, is this a nerf to headhunter? Will mods be able to stack like they could before Arch Nemesis? Mods will not be able to stack, as many can't function when they are stacked. There are more mods to steal, which is a buff to the upper end of Headhunter gameplay, but for the majority, it sounds like this is going to be a nerf. Because with as many rares as you have now, they will have less mods, but you could end up with more rares in higher ends of gameplay. Forced to play Magic Find all the time, quite the opposite. Hey. Mute. Where's the mute button on this thing? Come here, buddy. Hey. Oh, they're obnoxious today. Will Pantheon mods still exist with simplified lines such as uses Kitava skills or something like that? Pantheon mods still exist but are very rare. And then... Nope. I think that's all we really need to go over. Other than that, they're just going to say what they do, and I'm sure they'll touch on that in the live stream. Eldritch Altars. This one's going to be big. This one and the Curse Manifesto I feel like are probably the most important. We'll just go through the TLDR. Altars no longer offer some reward types like gems, influenced items, unique items, or maps. The basic currency reward has been split up into specific currency rewards. For example, they now have Map Boss drops 3 Vol Orbs instead of Map Boss drops 3 basic currency items. So you'll know what you're getting ahead of time. They had also mentioned somewhere in here that they're going to be essentially splitting the rewards. So you're either grinding Searing Exarch or you're grinding Eater of Worlds. And the rewards that you're pursuing are going to vary accordingly. One of them is going to be drops, like, what is it? Boss drops a Divine Orb or something like that, or multiple Divine Orbs or something.
So that is not confirmed yet, but we're
not confirmed
speculating.
Yet. Well, they said something about... Yeah. To give a specific example, if you run maps influenced by the Eater of Worlds, you'll see Divine Orbs from the basic currency reward more than twice as often as before.
Okay.
Which is huge. Which I don't think I've ever seen it. So, I mean, more rare than non-existent, or less rare than non-existent could still be non-existent. It's like 0 times 2 is still 0. So we'll have to see how rare they are. Altars no longer offer some basic rewards like Orbs of Augmentation, Transmutation, Whetstones, Armor Straps. The currency drop rates are still adhered to for these rewards, so with the removal of basic rewards, you'll see a good currency a lot more often. Scarabs and Divination cards have also been split up into specific rewards. For example, rather than simply Divination cards, you'll now see things like Divination cards, which reward unique jewelry. So again, you're going to know what you're going to get, but there's less to get. It seems like they did keep the good rewards, the rewards that you might want in these. They're also going to be giving us twice as many altars. They're doing things like cutting the size of the stacks that currency can drop in down to 1. So less rewards, but rewards more often. They're also kind of gearing things to stop people from, or to steer people away from bossing first. They want to make it more rewarding for you to run through the maps, hit all of these altars, you know, buff the boss as much as possible for the most amount of rewards, and then go kill the boss, which it makes sense. They're also adding a vendor recipe for scarabs. That's right here. To upgrade scarabs. So scarabs are going to be a reward type. We already know in the altars. They're going to be available more often. They're moving scarabs, rusted scarabs, to the core drop pool. And then they're going to be adding a vendor recipe similar to essences and oils to upgrade your scarabs with the same 3-to-1 ratio. So 3 rusted makes a polished, 3 polished makes a gilded. They don't do winged, however, which means the overall value of scarabs in the long run is probably going to go down. However, if you're smart enough with it, if you have enough rusted scarabs, you might be able to make a profit before everybody catches on, kind of like everybody did with the div change. Let's see. Resigned. Yes, they're changing the Eldritch Keystones to also I mean, they don't want you to be able to juice both the Eldritch and the Searing Exarch maps with one keystone. They want you to have to gear your gameplay towards, or gear your Atlas towards the map that you want to run, which makes complete sense for me. Not to, but the choice of what type of influence we're adding chance for Maven Witness map bosses to drop an Awakened Gem. That is going to be huge. We are going to be able to drop Awakened Gems from... Is it from any boss? Any boss that's got influence?
Maven Witness boss.
Maven Witness. So the Maven Witness bosses are all going to have a chance to drop gems, which is cool. Awakened Gems. I wonder how weighted those are going to be or how rare they're going to be, but the fact that there's a chance alone means eventually we're going to see more of them. I could use a few for my build. Then we have... Where's the the FAQs here? Can we get the alter mods on the map mod UI? Yes, this is going to be awesome. So no longer will you juice your map up while you're running it and then not know what you did if it gets insanely difficult or if something goes wrong. You will be able to see them all in the map mod UI underneath your map, which is a very nice touch. It helps if you die a lot and don't know what kills you. Can you make map mods more, or map altars more readable in the heat of combat? They said no to this. They just want you to kill things first and then hit the altar. How common are awakened gems from the Maven? When you kill the Maven herself, the chance of getting an awakened gem is quite common. The drop chance from Maven Witness map bosses is a lot lower than this because these fights occur more often. The goal is that they're common enough that it feels worthwhile running Maven Witness maps while not having awakened gems feel too common and significantly lowering their value. So this is just them trying to balance with all the attention they're giving to the Searing Exarch and Eater of Worlds and running those altars for better currency and stuff like that. They're trying to still leave reason for you to want to do Maven Witness maps and Maven Witness bosses. And I think this does a pretty good job of that. It's just one additional chance to get awakened gems, and I think that's big, all things considered. You can kind of... It almost seems like this patch is going to be like you're going to get to farm exactly what you want to farm. Are you nerfing heist and expedition rewards? They said no. How common are rusted scarabs in the core drop pool? The exact... Okay, so this was crazy. The exact weighting hasn't been finalized yet, but currently we're looking at them being slightly less common than rogues markers. Note that this is on the top of other sources like scarabs like altars, delirium, betrayal, etc. As we mentioned, these drop less frequently from altars in 3.2, but other sources haven't changed. So almost as common as rogues marker. I see rogue markers in like every map. That's crazy. Hey, hello, welcome Paige, welcome back. So there's gonna be rusted scarabs everywhere, absolutely everywhere. It's gonna be nuts. And the fact that you're gonna be able to upgrade them, I feel like... Hi, Hoop. I feel like once this patch goes live, the price of Gilded are going to go way up for the first week. It's going to be great. And then the curses. How long do we have? 35 minutes and 11 seconds. It's going to be time to run like 1 or 2 maps. I think the whole TLDR of this basically breaks down the hex strength against different monster tiers. So before there was an unspoken penalty of 33% curse effect reduction against unique monsters and 66% curse effect reduction against pinnacle bosses. Now, they didn't tell us that these were there. There was just less curse effect, and now they are completely removing that. They're also changing a couple of curse mechanics. They are removing curse effect modifiers from the drop pool now. So, like, they're trying to steer away from curse on hit, for example. They're taking out a lot of the curse on hit rings and stuff like that, which is why those are going to be going up in price. I've already bought a few. They're also dropping a couple of new uniques. This is one of the ones that we know about. It is going to be the Anathema Moonstone Ring, which is huge. Your curse limit is equal to your maximum power charges. This is giving you an entirely new way to scale power charges. And even if you don't, it is still, you know, your max power charge just starts at 3, so you're already getting 2 additional curses off of 1 ring, on top of 16% chance to gain a power charge when you cast a spell. So huge, very, very huge. This is an existing unique already. They've added +1 to the level of socketed gems, and they've increased the reservation efficiency curses. So this makes me think we're going to see a lot more curse spots this season for sure. Scaling curse effect. There are very limited ways right now to scale curse effect. They're going to be changing some of the occultist ascendancy classes to make it a little different as well. They're getting rid of malediction from the game, so I'm excited to see what they replace it with. Temporal chains and enfeeble, vulnerability and despair, hex blast. Yeah, the biggest thing is just that effect of curses. Where is it? We have removed both of these penalties so that hexes will be consistently effective against all monsters in the game. That is huge. I think that covers it for the manifesto. They did leak, kind of leak. They added a teaser for the Forbidden Sanctum patch notes yesterday. They did it on their Facebook as well as here, in which they put it through a Markov chain text generator, which randomized some of the text added in different words. And even though most of it reads like absolute nonsense, case in point, their bear woman can now be found in the cluster. Doesn't mean anything. Where's a good one? Where's a real good one? The rewards that were previously offered have been removed. Like, imagine if they just removed rewards from the game. This is all just very random, but we can jump into it and we can pull out little things. Like, there's mention of Withering Step. The odds that the words Withering Step put together were randomly generated is very low, so they're going to be doing something with Withering Step. The elusive buff. There's one in particular. The cat's, there it is, the cat stealth buff. I don't exactly know what they're doing with this yet, but they've got cat stealth mentioned up here, as well as it was just down here somewhere, the elusive buff. So people obviously are already making predictions as to what's about to happen. Fixed a bug where the infinite hunger could sometimes use skills while they were in Scourge League. I hope they're not getting rid of Scourge League currency. That would suck. But they're doing something with the infinite hunger as well, you know what I mean? One of the bosses in the end game. There's a lot that they could be doing with this. Are you in the game right now, Tom?
I am, yeah.
All right, we can run a few. We have 30 minutes before the live, before the patch note live. Let me close out my POB. And they just updated as well. I'm not sure what it is.
They were just adding support for the Twitch drops.
3.2, yes.
In Japanese. The game now supports Japanese, which is cool.
Yo, that's sick. I was gonna say, those are the patch notes I probably should have read, huh? Yeah, I'm excited to see what they're gonna say. The Gabriel Bowater. I'm not sure I know you, but with the word "the" in front of your name, you must be important, right? Distinguished gentleman. Okay. What are we running?
We are running some delirious maps, and we're gonna start with the
God.
least difficult.
And work our way up.
Yeah.
Works for me. What are you most excited for? What are you most excited for in the upcoming league?
Upcoming league? That's tough because I don't play.
Well,
league.
not the league,
But
you know what I mean, but the upcoming patches.
Upcoming patches. Seeing the changes to
Wait for
curse
you.
items. Because I think it's going to be an overall buff, but they need to take down some of the curse effect on items to compensate, because people would be too powerful.
Yeah, for sure. I'm excited to see what the new league mechanic is. What are they gonna one-up Kalandra's dummy fat rings with? Come on, die already.
Oh, let's go up there. Huh. Let's see which reward I picked because it spawned under my mouse.
Oh no. So what do we have on this? Just delirium? Are you using any scarabs or anything?
These are all just Alk and go. Gonna try to get through a few
Chaos.
before
Gotta love
the
it.
patch drops.
I don't know why I grabbed that. Say
Didn't even put
Windward
Einhar in here.
touch. You didn't put Einhar in here, you said?
No, so that's cool.
Very nice. The Forbidden Sanctum. I'm wondering what could be in it. Because it sounds like it's alluding to a specific reward. I'm thinking like Forbidden Flesh, Forbidden Flame stuff. You know what I mean?
Oh, boss.
And it's dead. Oh, there's one dead. There's two of them, huh? Easy game. Ooh, he's big. And let me kill the rest of these things as well. Come on, sit.
Sit the rock down. Come on, Einhar. Come do the thing.
I know, right? It's so annoying when you take the time to kill it and Einhard's like, oh, hold on, give me like 5 minutes, bro. Meanwhile, the thing is just unkillable and swinging at you still. Ooh.
Oh, that was a thing.
Oh, was it? It died pretty quick. Died
Yeah.
pretty quick for a loot goblin.
I wanna take few of these.
Want me to carry any?
Nah. Yeah, take as many as you can. Good. You have good mods. Okay.
Fast as fuck.
Alright.
Okay. And right before they go live, I'm going to share this on some pages, so I might need like 5 minutes before they go live.
Yeah. So do like 1 or 2 more of these.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a breach over here. Let's go.
Oh, very
I'm
nice.
not up to that just yet. My mana is gone.
All right. Whoa, 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 whoa. Those chaos ground effects are really coming at me.
A little more unknown over here. Tiny bit. Enough
Down the
to
bottom there,
contain.
yeah. Enough to contain 50 enemies.
Exactly.
Easy game.
Oh, Kosis? Let's go.
Over here? Word. Yeah, he got some big ES, huh? God, I love not having to dodge. Alright, hold on. Just 1 sec. Okay, I might have to dodge that.
Oh, this looks like a worthy beast.
The fact that his ES came back, that was annoying.
Yeah,
now,
he does that.
Now that the mob
It's
is
a
gone.
DPS check. Does he pass the DPS check? Nope.
Tell me I do. I did with my crit chance all the way up, but I need my bottled, or not bottled faith. What is it called? Is it bottled faith?
Yeah. All right. Hold on. Let's fight some more enemies here.
Kill
and
some
get
things.
some mods.
Get some mods. Who are you using? Headhunter?
Oh, never mind. Hold on. Portal's up.
Who's using mods? Sorry.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Maybe we don't kill him.
Is he just not taking damage now?
Mana is gone.
Well, he respawns his energy shield like every 10 seconds or something.
That's alright. We can kill some other things for now.
And that's it.
Oh, I'm also shooting in all directions. I don't have my
then
single
you're
target
definitely
power.
doing this.
Oh, Nani!
Did you
Who's
die?
dead? Yeah, I did. No, I portaled out. Aha.
Uh-huh.
Aha. Oh, there's good coffee.
Oh, dude. No way.
What up?
Look at this.
Wow, the big lightning damage.
T8. Or whatever that is.
Ooh, I got you beat. I got you beat.
No way. Oh, wow.
Tier 6, bro.
Oh, but check this out.
Hey, yo. That's not bad.
T1. In T1 rarity. List those for a div.
Well, here, I got you something.
One hole divination. Orb of divining.
Orb of divining. One div is better than none.
And next up,
Try and watch out for that mod that splits your attacks. Especially in the deli
I'm
maps.
choosing whichever mod has the best upsides.
Ah. It's dangerous territory. Let's see. Give us something good. Gotta love these super linear maps. Whoa, those fucking things. I'm gonna kill this dude with magma barrier or he will be the end of me. I think it's funny that I've been getting wrecked. Oh, right here. An additional scarab.
My mana is gone.
Easy game. I kind of hate maps with tiers like this. Like where it's up and down, but you can't tell unless you actually try and dash off the side. Like, why can't the Strand be like a T16? And he's dead.
The uniques. Oh, trash.
Don't worry, it'll now be an exciting experience. You're gonna be like, wow, it's trash!
Wow!
Wow. Imagine, dude, if they meant that it was gonna be more exciting because every time you dropped a unique, the loot filter was gonna use Owen Wilson's voice going, wow.
You can make that.
Can you actually?
Yeah, you can change to custom sounds.
Oh my god. Alright, I might have to take the time to make my own custom loot filter.
True.
The KaitoCree loot filter will be more famous than I am.
That's how it always is. The memes are always more famous than the artist.
Facts, always.
Ah!
Ooh. Ooh, peach candy.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Let's not hit the abyss yet. Okay.
My mana is gone.
Oh, whoops. Whoa. That is a beefy abyss. Or the grasping maw.
Hey, let's go to the abyss. It's time. We'll come back to that guy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, that goddamn bubble. You bubble boy.
It could be yours for the low, low price of Headhunter.
Yeah, right. For the low, low price of, what is it, like 30 div now?
Yeah. It's a pretty low price.
No, we can't get over there. Oh well. Are we going back for that thing?
Yeah. Or I give you the mod that you can shoot in all directions.
I gotta remember that my dying sun doesn't auto-trigger anymore. This thing is kind of beefy.
Why not? Just put it next to one of your things that auto triggers.
Well, it is next to it, but now it's not an auto flask setup every time my thing refills.
You just gotta change the enchant on one of them.
Yeah. Or just change the order they're in.
Oh,
Oh god.
this thing has got to have a massive loot explosion.
If it's watch, it's gonna drop like 1 GCP, an Orb of Alchemy, 2 trash uniques, and a chisel. Hold T simulator. Ah, fun. How much
Yes.
HP?
An exciting experience.
Here it goes.
Ah!
All right,
okay.
I guess that's all right.
Not what I wanted, but I'll
Not
take
worth it, but it was cool. Better than I thought we were gonna get.
I'm not up to that just yet.
All right, back to flying through everybody else. It's that 92% hit chance at work here.
My mana is gone.
Oh. You don't want a level 21 war banner?
Was that on the ground?
Yeah.
No. You can have it.
Sure, I'll sell it.
Didn't show up on my filter.
Weird. It's probably not worth anything then. Whoa! Alright, alright. It's that big dude with frenzied on him.
Alright, I got it. Portal up.
Yeah, take that. Huh? It just looked like you went through the wall. How is there more than 50?
This way.
Oh, you didn't want the rig either? Damn. Yep. Wow.
Wait, 2 of them. They dropped the mirrored. Nice.
40 whole fusings?
I don't know. I didn't look at them yet. They could be good.
Imagine if they were.
And that is it. Just in time for you to switch to the stream.
Yes, sir.
Well,
To the reason we came.
Look at this thing.
Hmm.
I'm not Slayer, but
Let's stash all these. War banner, level 21. What is it worth? 8 whole C. Wow, that's okay. All right, that's pretty good. Just a quick
These
drop.
are kind of booty.
Like some booty. Traps, mines, nah. They're 6-link bows. I mean, how bad could they be? They're double LE damage, although the cold is super tiny. Fizz, yeah, that kind of sucks. I don't know what you'd even use that for.
Let's see what a 6-link bow is going for right now. With just 6-link.
$7C. Damn, 6 links are cheap now.
70. Let's
All
do
right.
with the DPS.
How long we got?
Dude,
We
we'll
got
do-
7 minutes. 7 minutes. I am prepared. Let's see. Just want to share this to a couple of places before their live starts. We'll all react together. Is there a share link? No. Yes, there is. No, I didn't mean to. God damn it. There we go. Copied. Copied to clipboard. Yes, perfect. Okay. Share this to our Facebook page. Share this to our friends on Snapchat. Oh, my thing is broken. My Facebook is broken. I installed a dark theme from Chrome for my browser, and for some reason, Facebook just does not agree with it.
I think I did something similar.
Yeah, it's just, it won't work on Facebook. That's okay. I'll share it from my phone. Leave. 5 minutes, 39 seconds. 5 minutes and 39 seconds. Where's the share button? There it is. There it is. And I can't watch your snaps now, but I am here. And then let me share this over to the book face. It kind of sucks, so I no longer have a second monitor, but I am using my phone. I do have a phone to use. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't open up someone else's stuff. Live chat. Cool. All right, we're
Is that
back.
Captain Ghost in the chat?
The Captain Toast, it is. It is. The Captain of the Toast. I have not played Overwatch in over a month. Which means I've not played Watch in a month. Overwatch over a month. Okay.
Oh wow! Look, are you seeing what's on the channel right now?
Yeah.
The self-shock lightning conduit raider build of the week, season 10.
How often do they do builds of the week? Do they really do them every week?
Did one recently. I'm not sure.
Everybody toasting it in the comments. No damage. All right. We're gonna switch to our other scene.
Oh, look at that.
Hold up. Okay. Mathil's rolling magma Deadeye? Deadeye for the extra projectile? Is it really that
Yeah.
powerful? Over a whole ascendancy, 1 extra projectile?
Look at that. Look
minutes
at
away.
Delve just stand there. Oh man.
I'm gonna get
never
more
show
into
the real
Delve. That
crazy.
was pretty fun last time. I
They
need a little
only
more
show things in
survivability.
League.
Oh, these are all League builds? Dude, people in League, they're broken. They're different. Oh, you still have to,
They're
don't
League
forget
builds.
later to show me that clip.
Oh yes.
Creating your own skills. That's just nuts.
So they're league only, the builds of the week, which means you're not gonna see any of the batshit legacy stuff that you can do in standard.
Oh my god, imagine some of these builds if they had access to everything.
Look at this guy's HP.
Buff melee. Why would they buff melee? Come on. His HP? Yeah. He's temporarily reserving his life to cast a skill?
Yes.
Why? What?
I think it's because it's keeping him at low life.
I've never seen that.
That's cool.
Dude,
Yeah, melee
people
needs a
are
buff.
so-
Melee is red.
I admire some other players. Some definitely should not be playing video games. They should be like designing evil layers and taking over the moon or something. But like, so many of the players are just so big brained. Like, what do you even do about all this? I'm surprised no one's like I was here. 1 minute. Do we count down the last 10 seconds?
I mean, you can.
Like it's New Year's. I'm so excited to see this. How's the
Gets
sound,
called
by the
into
way?
work right now.
Imagine power goes out, the internet fails. A ward loop. Let's go. Dude, look at how effective it is.
It's so ridiculous.
What skill is that?
That's Frostbolt and I think Glacial Cascade.
Oh my god.
It's literally just walking around.
Dude. Ward loop with audio way too dank. Bruh. FPS question mark? Who needs FPS when everything's gonna die around you automatically?
Build
Let him
requirement for
try.
this is having a Ryzen 4080. Or-
Oh my god, right? Dude, did you see the new RTX 40 series cards?
That's what I
Wow.
was joking. With Ryzen instead of RTX.
Oh, got you.
Frostblink. Wait. What?
Hey, remember when you said there's no good, like, Flame Dash builds? I think this guy would beg to differ. He could probably build one super easy. Oh, things are just... Wow, dude. He's definitely got Explode on his chest.
It's gotta explode somewhere.
Yeah. It's pretty big Explode, it seems like.
Huh.
I like that. Hot Stepper.
Dude, do you see this camera angle that they're getting?
Yeah, the top.
That's
top
definitely
side.
from like. That's for like, from developers watching him and like recording it or something.
So, do developers just randomly watch people?
Oh,
Here we go. Here we go. Where's unmute
The
site?
Forbidden Sanctum, which launches on December 9th on PC and Mac, and on December
Alright, let's full
14th
screen
on
it.
console.
Huh?
Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your Bloodguard wings.
Why is it
Here's what you can
inverted
expect
when
from
I full
today's
screen?
livestream. We'll start by debuting the trailer for the Forbidden Sanctum, and we'll then do a deep dive on the League itself.
I'm so
We'll
confused.
cover this expansion's new endgame revamps and content, and then we'll have a look at all the new skills we're introducing. We'll then reveal some new unique items
Looks
and the
fine.
massive
Weird
buffs and rarity
workaround.
adjustments we have made to a variety of endgame unique weapons. We'll then briefly cover some balance topics that we have posted articles about recently: jewels,
Massively
curses, and the
buffed
replacement
unique
of the
weapons?
arch-nemesis monster mod system.
That's
Finally,
exciting.
we'll discuss the upcoming release of the optional Ruthless game mode
Oh
before
my
touching
God.
on some quality of life improvements
I
and the
hope
new
they show
supporter
it.
packs. The live stream concludes with a Q&A session
I wonder if
between
it's my
Ziggy D and me,
Chrome.
where we'll answer questions from Twitch chat. Then we'll drop the full patch notes. Let's get started with the trailer for the Forbidden Sanctum, which launches in 1 week.
Here we go.
cranking the volume.
Many have met their fate here in the shade of Fell Shrine.
It's beautiful.
So step lightly. But here you are bound by new rules. My rules.
Damn. That thing hits hard.
Each step with gold to tempt you. A foe to wound you. A curse to spite you.
Oh.
Do not give up, for vast riches await the bold. Pillage this sanctum if you must.
I told you it sounded
And
like a
one day
location.
you may uncover its secrets.
Oh, come on. There it goes.
Whoa!
New skills, too?
No, no way.
Ah!
I know what weapon that is. What?
Ooh! What is that?
that was like 12 Abyss Atlas nodes.
Expanded? Or do you think the tree's just getting that much bigger? That's crazy!
I don't know, dude.
I'm excited. I'm very excited. The new league mechanic, is that that's a new kind of altar? He hit it and then it said monsters now have 30% increased max life.
The Forbidden Sanctum is an old Templar enclave, long rumored to be hidden beneath the Fell Shrine ruins. Abandoned for a long time, it is now controlled by a malevolent entity. In this league, you'll explore it, find out its secrets, and deal with the evil that lurks there. The Sanctum Challenge League is a roguelike game, played out one room at a time as you explore Rayclast and the Atlas in Path of Exile. In every area or map you enter, you can make a choice of which room in the Sanctum you will explore next. On the Sanctum map, you can see the contents of a few rooms ahead, enabling you to plot a path through its dangerous halls. And the Sanctum is dangerous. Like most roguelikes, you should not expect to be able to complete it on your first try. Getting to the deeper floors requires experience, knowledge, and luck. You should expect that your early attempts will fail, but over time, you'll be able to push yourself farther and farther. As you progress deeper into the Sanctum, you'll find a variety of treasures that will help you eventually fight your way to the dangers that await you at the end of its 4 floors.
Tornado shot.
Eventually, by endgame, you may be able to push through all 4 floors to face the final boss. Every roguelike needs a resource to help you track how well the run is going. In the Forbidden Sanctum, it is your resolve, indicated by this bar here. As you explore the
Interesting.
Sanctum, your resolve is threatened by the dangers within. When you lose all of your resolve, your Sanctum run ends. Your level of resolve is maintained between consecutive rooms on your run, but is only shown when you're in the Sanctum itself. The resolve mechanic applies equally to all build archetypes. Your resolve is reduced when you are hit by monsters or environmental hazards in the Sanctum, and these telegraphed attacks are not affected by regular Path of Exile defensive mechanics, such as evasion, armor, or block.
Oh
While these attacks
no!
do some nominal damage to your regular life, the bulk of their impact
The
is
aura
against
bot
your
is
resolve.
useless in the mechanic.
This mechanic provides a mechanism for tracking your progress between rooms, where your regular life pool would long ago have been recovered. Another aspect of the resolve system is that characters who are struggling can be ejected from the Sanctum without actually having to die, avoiding experience loss or hardcore death. So maintaining a healthy level of resolve is key as you navigate the Sanctum, and that means making careful choices of what rooms you enter. Let's have a look at some of the things that Sanctum rooms can contain. Afflicted rooms cause you to gain an affliction when you enter them. Afflictions make your Sanctum run more difficult. For example,
They're like
reducing your
being
resolve
cursed.
recovery, causing rewards to become hidden on the Sanctum map, or causing Sanctum rooms to spawn volatile anomalies that follow you. These minor afflictions accumulate as you get deeper and deeper into a run, making it more challenging.
Oh wow.
Major afflictions exist and are a big deal. They have significant consequences, such as entirely preventing the recovery of resolve. So, a Sanctum run gets harder and harder as you pick up more afflictions.
Imagine having to run a
Sounds
map without
great.
getting hit.
But every roguelike needs a way for you to gain power throughout your run. In the Forbidden Sanctum, that system is boons. Boons are beneficial buffs that help you as you progress through the Sanctum. Minor boons make things a little easier, such as slowing down monsters or adding a special shield to your resolve called Inspiration. Major boons don't come along often, but have large effects, such as preventing you from receiving more minor afflictions, or recovering your resolve to 50% the next time you run out. Due to the vast
Ooh.
variety of afflictions and boons, no two runs are the same. Generally speaking, your best Sanctum runs are the ones where the afflictions you choose have little effect on you, and the boons either counteract them or have a large benefit for the strategy you're running. Some rooms in the Sanctum contain a fountain, which will restore some of your lost resolve.
Oh.
Others contain afflicted fountains that restore even more resolve at a cost. Rooms with a treasure reward contain chests full of the Templar Aureus currency, a type of gold coin they used for commerce within their Sanctum. You'll also find some Aureus coins from monsters that you kill as you explore. These are picked up automatically, like Azurite, and are not tradable, and like your afflictions and boons, are lost when your Sanctum run ends. Some
Reminds me
rooms
of like the
contain a merchant
haggling
who accepts
currency.
your Aureus coins in exchange for boons. Plan your purchases carefully, as you may encounter the merchant again later on with even more expensive boons to purchase. Occasionally, the
Interesting.
sinister powers controlling the Sanctum will present you with the choice of making an accursed pact. You are given several pacts to choose from, and can even opt to take all that you are offered. All pacts have a big upside and a big downside, such as exchanging a portion of your maximum resolve for a random major boon. It's very dangerous to make a pact, but if you pick the right circumstances, your gamble could pay off. In addition to rewards that help you progress through the Sanctum, many rooms let you immediately receive Path of Exile currency items, but with a twist. Whenever you're offered some currency items that you can receive right away, you are also offered a more valuable option that will be waiting for you after the boss fight at the end of the current floor of the Sanctum. It's a gamble, because if you fail your run before you reach and defeat the boss, you will not receive the reward you
Oh,
picked.
okay.
Later on, you're offered the extreme temptation of getting a massive currency reward that is conditional on completing your entire
So
Sanctum
that's
run
it. The
without
third
failing.
one is the only choice every time.
Every time, yeah.
At a specific point in the Forbidden Sanctum storyline, you'll
I
discover
wonder
a
how
special
hard they're
altar
gonna
that
make it.
Templar relics can be placed on. These relics directly affect your Sanctum runs and are not lost when a run ends. They persist throughout the League as a permanent source of meta progression. Acquiring new and better relics is one of the ways you can push farther and farther with each run you try.
Although I could see
Relics
how
cannot be
people would
crafted
choose
and
the
cannot be
first in
traded,
like
as they represent your
solo
personal
self-found in the
progression
beginning
throughout
if they
the
don't
League.
think they could finish
You'll
it without
accumulate more
like
than you can use simultaneously.
quality
Yeah.
So you'll
currencies.
have options to fine-tune your strategy from run to run. You can store your extra relics in the Relic Locker, a free storage space like the Expedition Locker. We don't want to spoil important story details, but the end boss of the Forbidden Sanctum can drop unique items from a pool exclusive to this league. Today we'd like to show you a
Gain
unique
additional
amulet called
elemental
Eternal
damage reduction
Damnation.
equal to half
This
of your
amulet is a
chaos res?
powerful way to gain additional elemental mitigation by introducing the concept of elemental damage
Wait,
reduction.
wait.
Despite the drawback of
Max
reducing
out
your
that
maximum
90 or what is it,
resistances, if you have
89%
sufficient
chaos res using the
resistance,
timeless
this is more
jewels,
than compensated
and then
for.
get like
Because of the
50%
roguelike nature of the Forbidden Sanctum,
elemental damage
defeating
mitigation?
a boss of a floor is a
But it's
difficult
not
achievement
res.
that hence
Yeah,
rewards a lot
it's
of
reduced
experience.
damage taken.
You may fail
which
on
is
the way,
That's
so if you
fucking
manage it, expect a
huge.
good experience boost for your achievement.
Say goodbye to damage. They gotta know people are gonna abuse that.
Another reward you can find is a special type of relic called a sanctified relic
Account
that has
band.
mods that directly affect your character's build. You can only unlock one slot for this type of relic, and while these relics can't be crafted through conventional means, you may find special reward rooms in the Sanctum that can modify them. These relics exist
Wow.
for this league only and provide a boost to character power for players who are able to master the Sanctum.
Wow.
The Sanctum League offers a roguelike experience that tempts you into taking risks and rewards you if those pay
What?
off. There's a lot to explore in the Sanctum, and we can't wait to hear about your experiences next week. In each expansion leading up to Path of Exile 2's release, we're improving Path of Exile's endgame, with new content to explore and improvements to how you customize your endgame experience. In the Forbidden Sanctum expansion, we're revamping the Atlas tree, reworking how Eldritch Altars function, and are introducing 2 new Atlas memories.
Oh my god. New
The
ones, so
Atlas
they are
tree is
staying.
generally working really well, but has a few problems we'd like to address. The tree offers you the ability to specialize in killing pinnacle bosses, providing extra rewards when you do so. While this sounds good on paper, it creates a situation where you're incentivized to specialize your tree for regular mapping, save up all of your boss fights, then respec fully into boss mode, and then do all of your saved up boss fights before speccing back again.
I guess that makes
Ideally,
sense.
the design of the Atlas tree would let you spec into one build and then just play the game. We have removed all boss bonuses from the Atlas tree and have baked some of them into the actual base properties of the boss fights.
Dude, the new tree is
For example,
massive.
you don't need to allocate the Gaze into the Abyss notable that makes the Elder more likely to drop a Watcher's Eye, as he just has that drop chance built in now. The Atlas tree is now focused on allowing you to specialize into content that you encounter in every map. We also want you to be able to specialize into your
Holy
favorite
shit.
leagues even more deeply on the Atlas tree. For each of the 10 leagues that the tree lets you disable, we've added a bunch more passives to the tree. These new passives allow you to increase the league spawn chance to much
Holy
higher levels than
crap.
currently possible, and
There's
juice
so
the league
many new
even
nodes.
further than before.
Oh my god.
We're making a number of changes to Eldritch Altars that mostly
It's
affect
gonna be
their
the size
rewards,
of the
but will also
regular
affect
guild
gameplay
tree.
decisions you make involving them. Some of the key changes include splitting up the basic currency, Scarab, and Divination card rewards to be explicit in their description of what rewards you'll get.
That's big.
For example, instead of map bosses dropping 3 unknown basic currency items, the altar specifically says which currency item they'll drop. As part of this change, we've removed some of the lower value yet quite common currency rewards from the pool, such as Orbs of Augmentation and Orbs of Transmutation. Speaking of Scarabs,
Profitable
these
maps
will
are
be less
back.
available from altars, but we've improved their availability elsewhere to offset this. Rusted Scarabs can now drop from the core drop pool, and we've added a vendor recipe that allows you to upgrade your Scarabs up to Gilded using the normal 3-to-1 ratio. You can also perform this action from your Fragment tab using the new upgrade button. We have made reward types exclusive to different influences, so that you know which influence type to invest in if you want to target farm a certain reward. To give you a specific example, if you run maps influenced by, say, Eater of Worlds, you'll see Divine Orbs from the basic currency reward more than twice as often as before. We've also rebalanced rewards so that choices that affect boss drops or influence monster drops are comparatively more valuable. The Wrath of the Cosmos keystone has been reworked. Previously, it was so
Okay, here
rewarding
we
that
go.
players
Let's see what
felt
they turned it
obligated
to.
to use it despite its extreme level of difficulty. It has retained the risk versus reward element, but with the overall intensity toned down. You can now also get awakened gems from defeating Maven Witness map bosses. This additional reward helps further balance the expected returns from the various types of influence. For more detail on these changes, check out the Balance Manifesto we posted last week, or the upcoming patch notes. In the Lake of Calandra expansion, we introduced Atlas Memories. When
No, it
applied
was-
to your
it was
Atlas,
last
they unlock a
patch.
sequence of maps that tells the story of an NPC's past.
Their last
These stories manifest as specialized
season.
encounters that involve a new challenge and exciting rewards. In this expansion, we've introduced 2 new Atlas memories, describing events related to bestiary and domination. The bestiary memory line allows you to capture harvest monsters as beasts for your menagerie. These harvest beasts can be used in 9 new beast crafting recipes. These recipes cover an array of options. For example, you can remove one of the special modifiers from a Watcher's Eye jewel and then add another. This can have
What?
potent results, but won't affect the life, mana, or energy shield
What?
modifiers.
What?
You can re-roll an awakened gem from one type to another.
Holy
Another
shit.
example is that you can also re-roll a synthesis implicit modifier. If your
Holy
item has
shit!
more than one synthesis implicit, it will randomly re-roll one of them. The Domination Atlas memory thrusts you into a tale of pantheon gods that stand watch over their shrine.
What the fuck?
Like regular shrines, these are guarded by monsters and emit a buff that empowers the monsters until you claim that buff for yourself. This Atlas memory introduces a new set of shrines with specialized buffs, guarded by rare monsters that drop tantalizing rewards. The Forbidden Sanctum expansion
Fracturing
introduces a
Orb,
new type
okay.
of shard that can drop from Harbingers. Fracturing shards.
Oh, Harpies are
When combined
back!
together into a full currency item, you get the Fracturing Orb, which behaves the same as the Fracturing Craft from Harvest. It can be used on any rare item with at least 4 modifiers. When the orb is applied,
shit.
it locks one of the modifiers in place so that further crafting efforts do not affect that modifier. Items fractured in this way can only have one fractured modifier. Previously, this crafting option was gated behind the Oshabi fight in Harvest. Now that it has been rehomed to Harbinger, the Harvest crafting option is no longer available. This means that you'll be able to use your Harvest Life Force and Oshabi kills on other crafts. Because fracturing shards drop from Harbingers, you'll be able to target farm them by speccing into Harbinger content on your Atlas tree. The Forbidden Sanctum expansion introduces a number of new skill gems. In addition to some new melee Val skills we'll discuss later in the livestream, there are 2 totally new skills that we'd like to unveil today. Volcanic Fissure is a new fiery slam skill that can be used with staves, maces, axes, and unarmed attacks. Strike the ground to create a chasm that winds towards your
Dude, seriously.
target. This chasm can path around corners before erupting as the fissure gets as close as it can reach. It releases a burst of fiery projectiles that explode on striking the ground. Enemies hit by multiple
pretty
attacks
good.
will take a lot of stacked damage. Use it up close for reliable bursts of damage, or aim far away to damage
I
a
like
larger
pairing it
area.
with Leap Slam.
Frozen Legion is an unusual spell, summoning a ring of icy statues that attack with your own weapon damage.
Oh,
The
interesting.
skill has multiple cooldown stacks and consumes all cooldown uses at once to summon a statue for each available cooldown. The statues perform a sweeping ice slash, and these sweeps can overlap, resulting in multiple hits against targets close to you. This spell can be used with
That's pretty
staves,
good.
maces, and axes. The skill is particularly powerful with slow, heavy weapons, as while the statues will use your attack speed, you should instead prioritize the spell's own cast time and cooldown. This
I like that they're
expansion
telling you
also
that up front.
introduces many new Val melee skills. As you know, equipping a Val skill gem grants you both the Val and regular version of the skill. As you kill enemies, the gem charges up with their souls, and after a certain number are collected, the Val skill can be used once. Most of the new Val skills introduced in this expansion are melee skills, and this results in an indirect buff to any melee builds that use one of these skills. Where previously you'd just be using your melee skill to kill enemies, you now get to periodically use a superpowered version of the skill. If you like Flicker Strike, you'll love Val Flicker Strike,
What?
as it really
Val
dials up the
Flicker
concept of when
Strike?
fate take the wheel. Val Flicker Strike causes you to flicker dozens of extra times,
What?
slashing enemies.
What?
During this time, you don't deal any damage to the enemies you
Minato?
slash. You're quite vulnerable
Yo,
due to not
facts.
leeching or generating fortify stacks.
Duh.
When you finish flickering, if
Excuse
you
me?
survived, of course, you'll be rewarded with a single huge hit of damage against each enemy you slashed. Val Cleave is a new Val skill that buffs the behavior of its non-Val version, in a similar way to how Val Reeve works. Val Cleave triggers 2 buffs, one when you kill a rare enemy, and one when you kill either a rare or unique enemy. The latter is a strong buff to regular Cleave, which you can keep up almost permanently if you're able to kill rare or unique enemies often enough. The bonus for killing
Wow.
a rare enemy is that you get to steal its mods for a time. You can
Huh?
enjoy part of the power of having a headhunter without actually needing to find one.
Excuse
Overall,
me?
Val Cleave is a pretty powerful upgrade to any melee build that could run Cleave. That +2 radius buff is looking pretty good now, right?
And cleave is a
So
spell,
happy.
so you can cast on crit
We'll
cleave.
showcase the other new Val skills we're introducing.
Pass
over the
on
coming
crit
week.
cleave with a replica headhunter.
The Forbidden Sanctum
With
expansion
Cyclone.
introduces over 15 new unique
Holy
items,
shit.
from Sanctum exclusive uniques to ones that can be found from Path of Exile's pinnacle bosses. I'd like to show you 3 examples of these, designed by winners of our prior league's boss kill races.
Oh my.
Progenesis is
God.
a unique amethyst flask that was designed by Ben and drops from the Uber Maven. It's a defensive flask that grants a mini version of the Petrified Blood effect, but without requiring you to be on low life. This is a useful tool to prevent you getting one-shot by large amounts of incoming damage in scary
That's
situations.
That's real big, yeah.
Rational Doctrine is a unique jewel that was designed by Rawlings and drops from Uber Venarius. By manipulating your attributes, you can change how this jewel behaves.
Oh,
While
shit.
the ideal dream outcome is that you manage to get your
Mix
strength
that with
and
bottled faith.
intelligence tied for highest, enabling both of the benefits simultaneously, the jewel is still very powerful if it only grants your choice of permanent consecrated ground or permanent profane ground. Entropic Devastation is a pair of unique gloves that were designed by Gucci Pradas and dropped from the Uber Shaper. Currently,
The Gucci
ways to
Prada
get
gloves.
Spell Impale are very limited. These gloves provide the powerful property of causing all of your spells to impale on crit.
That's wow.
So let's talk about unique weapons, specifically endgame unique weapons. In many ways, the weapon is the most iconic and important item on a character, so it's very important that we make them exciting and worthy of their unique status. While some unique weapons have special properties that enable entirely new builds, others are best compared to powerful rare items as a primary source of your character's damage. We have to be very careful when pitching the power level of these unique weapons. If they're not powerful enough, then they're useless and are ignored, but if they're too powerful, then they discourage entire archetypes of characters from trying to find or craft rare weapons. Interestingly, the above problem doesn't apply to belts. Despite Mageblood and Headhunter both existing as extremely powerful unique items, people still craft plenty of rare belts. That's because Mageblood and Headhunter are extremely rare, and people don't actually expect they'll reliably get one in a league. Players tend to treat them as luxury upgrades to their build, rather than something they're certain to get. In this expansion, we're promoting 10 iconic but underused unique weapons to the same tier of rarity as Mageblood and Headhunter. We are buffing them
From
a
the
gigantic
Kingmaker recipe?
amount and are making them incredibly hard to find.
What?
Remember when Starforge used to be an exciting item? Well, after this change, it certainly is again. It still drops exclusively from the Shaper and the Uber Shaper, but it'll take a lot of
No
rounds and
way,
a
they
lot
brought
of luck to earn it.
Starforge back. Oh
Over the
The
next week,
biz damage
we'll reveal
on
the
that,
other unique
it's
weapons that
huge.
have been massively buffed. We have targeted
Lionized
around
Glare,
10 iconic
wow.
underused unique weapons and have generally buffed only their damage stat, but by a lot.
Gives
We've
you
made a number
far
of changes
shot.
to jewels that are covered in a recent balance manifesto, but in case you missed it, we want to quickly summarize what the changes are. In the Forbidden Sanctum expansion, we have made
It's big.
jewels a better source of ailment mitigation by buffing the values of ailment-focused jewel modifiers and adding new modifiers that enable mitigation to a wider variety of ailments than before. We have also removed some ailment mitigation modifiers that were only available on jewels through corruption, because there are now better options through the regular jewel mod pool. This also means that other desirable corruption modifiers, like immunity to corrupting blood, are more likely to roll. We want the moment of finding a unique jewel to be way more exciting than it currently is. We've added a handful of new, very
Apply to
powerful
all
unique jewels and have
elemental
removed some
ailments?
old, less
Wow.
interesting ones. An example of one of these new unique jewels is Fire Song, which propagates any modifiers to your ignite mitigation to other elemental ailments. If you're able to substantially reduce the duration of ignites on you, then you can use Fire Song to basically shrug off any elemental ailment. For full information about the other changes to unique jewels, check out the Balance Manifesto post we made recently. We've rebalanced curses to make them stronger where they matter most, against unique monsters and pinnacle bosses. We have buffed several Hex-related unique items and reworked unique items that previously interacted with Doom. To replace the Doomsday Keystone passive, we have brought back a version of an iconic curse-related keystone from the past. We've introduced some powerful new
The
unique
big
items that
ring,
interact
the
with
big
hexes,
wumbo
which
ring.
we'll reveal in the lead up to launch. For more details on changes to curses, check out the Balance Manifesto we posted recently, or the patch notes that will come out after the livestream concludes. When we first created the Arch-Nemesis monster mod system, our goal was to improve Path of Exile's outdated set of monster mods with new and interesting mechanics that have modern game balance.
They're going
We
to go
feel
back
that
to the simpler
Arch-Nemesis did
system.
introduce a lot of interesting mechanics, but it unfortunately had several of its own problems. We have replaced Arch-Nemesis with a system that is more similar to the way monster mods worked in the past. The new monster mods are a lot simpler. They now each do one thing and very clearly state what they do.
Endurance
Each
charge when
encounter
hit.
with a rare monster is
Energy
now less
shield
complex
aura.
and is easier to understand in the heat of combat compared to Arch-Nemesis. You'll still encounter challenging combinations of mods from time to time, but this emergent synergy will be rarer than it was under Arch-Nemesis. The goal is that combat is interesting and varied, with moments that get your heart racing, but without the frustrations of the Arch-Nemesis system. Let's talk about rewards. Under Arch-Nemesis, it often felt mandatory to bring in a magic find culling character to kill some monsters for you in order to maximize your rewards. In the new system, we've added a significant pool of new rewards to rares, but the reward that is on the monster is hidden and not associated with a specific mod, so you don't know what kind of rewards you will get until you kill the monster. Rare monsters with more mods are more likely to have these special hidden reward bonuses. To find out more about other balance changes that are taking place in the Forbidden Sanctum, check out the patch notes, which will be available when the livestream ends. Over the last year or so, some of our senior developers have been tinkering with a more challenging way to play Path of Exile. We've been publicly alpha testing this mode.
Don't do
known
this
as
to
Ruthless,
yourself.
for the last month.
Don't play
and
this
are
game
planning to
mode.
make it available to anyone who's interested alongside the
Oh
launch of the
god,
Forbidden
this is going to be
Sanctum next week.
insane.
Ruthless is an optional additional character flag, like
Listen to
Hardcore
this
or Solo
bullshit.
Self-Found, that completely changes how Path of Exile feels to play. Ruthless is a lot more difficult than regular Path of Exile, but it doesn't achieve this by making the monsters harder to kill. It instead focuses on reducing character power through extreme item scarcity, limited crafting, and many other changes such as support gems being drop only. We've posted an article about the philosophy and rules of Ruthless on pathofexile.com/ruthless. We plan to release this mode alongside the Forbidden Sanctum expansion in a week.
This is
In addition
mapping
to being a
Unga
character
Bunga
flag
style.
like Hardcore or Solo Self-Found, it's also
Unga
available
Bunga.
as a modifier for
Hit him with a
private
stick.
leagues. To be clear, the Forbidden Sanctum League content can be played in Ruthless with appropriately balanced rewards. Ruthless is still very experimental during 3.20, and we won't be afraid to make mid-league balance changes to it during this experimental phase. Ruthless is not for everyone, but so far it has found a supportive and growing group of players who enjoy the additional challenge that it brings. If it sounds like something you're interested
It's
in, then
literally
try it out
near
next time you're looking
impossible.
for a new way to enjoy Path of Exile.
They tell you they don't even expect
This
you to finish the
expansion
main
also
story.
contains a
Like,
number of
that's
small quality
crazy.
of life improvements. Some examples are Divine Vessels can now be used by right-clicking them rather than taking them to Sin.
Oh, very
On the player
nice.
overhead life bar, the energy shield bar is split into a separate bar. You can now right-click an itemized Temple of Atsuatl to see its layout. And most importantly, beast crafting recipes that add mods to flasks now actually say what the mods do. We'll post more information about these and other quality of life improvements
That should
in
have
the
been a
lead up to
thing.
release. Today we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Forge and Gemling packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value and points, plus several exclusive microtransactions. These packs
Now
will
give
only
us
be
your money.
available for the duration of the Sanctum Challenge League and will leave the store forever in 3 months. As always, these microtransactions are entirely cosmetic and do not affect your character's progression or power. The Forge series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
That looks nuts.
The Clockwork back attachment ramps up as you build a kill streak, building pressure and releasing it when your streak ends. The Delirious Hideout decoration lets you summon delirium fog in your hideout at will, complete with strange voices and terrifying apparitions.
Feeling okay? You're looking a little pale, exile.
That would probably scare the hell out of me.
The Forge Guard armor set summons a hammer and anvil so that everyone nearby can watch you craft.
Okay, that's kind of cool.
Yeah,
That's
like that.
kind of cool.
The ethereal fusing effect turns your item linking attempts into a spectator sport. If you manage to hit a 6
Yo!
link, people watching are even prompted to send a congratulatory message.
That's
That's
kind
very
of cool.
Summoning the Crow Storm portal effect causes a murder of crows to erupt from the portal. The portal becomes dormant if you are too far away from it, causing the crows to take to the skies.
Okay,
The
all
High
right.
Templar weapon effect smites the
This is
undead
a cool
you fight
supporter
and
pack.
scours
Credit.
the souls of those you put to rest. The Gemling Pack series also has 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Beehive weapon effect lets your weapon play host to a swarm of angry bees, which erupt from the hive whenever you hit an enemy with the weapon. Critical hits cause the hive to send out its best warriors. The Stampede Quicksilver Flask makes you the leader of your own personal rower herd. Activating the flask causes a host of ghostly rowers to charge alongside you.
That's funny.
This is the Gemling Artificer armor set. It is inlaid with gems that match the gems you've socketed in your items.
All right.
Crafting
All
gems with
right.
gem cutters
That's
prisms,
cool.
Val orbs, or regrading lenses visualizes the process for all to see. This armor set also includes alternate gem level up effects. Prospero's Ring blesses you with a constant shower of coins, and it helps you thank players you've traded with through a hearty fist bump.
What the fuck?
The Consuming Ooze pet bounces alongside you and devours corpses in your wake, spitting out a tidy pile of bones. Finally, this pack allows you to reunite with Kadiro Perandus, inviting him to your hideout as a vendor. In addition to
Kadiro
buying
who?
items from you and using his connections to accept your divination cards, he'll provide commentary on your goods, equipment, and anything else he sees fit to judge you for.
That might be a little too much to drink, even for me.
Kadiro has hundreds of
Wow.
lines of voice acting.
What? Oh, a mighty headhunter. I'm so impressed. Try to duck when the brain fragments splatter everywhere. You wouldn't want to sully your armor.
All right, that's cool. God
These
damn
new
it, they
packs are
might have
available
sold me.
right now at pathofexile.com/purchase. Purchases like these directly fund the ongoing development of Path of Exile 1 and 2, and we really appreciate your support. Meanwhile, the Knight and Rogue packs leave the store forever in 1 week, so now's your last chance to purchase them. The Calandra edition of Kirik's Vault Pass is only available until the end of the Calandra League, and will be replaced with a new set of unique items when the Forbidden Sanctum launches. By the way, we're hoping to film Season 11 of Build of the Week once the Forbidden Sanctum comes out. If you want to submit your build for the season, share your build guide on the class forums on pathofexile.com. Next up, we've got the Q&A with Ziggy D. Once that ends, we'll post the full patch notes for the Forbidden Sanctum. Over the next week, our community team will post the expansion's challenge rewards, information on how to update your item filters, all new and changed gems, and information on how to prepare for launch. On launch weekend, we expect to release the new mystery box, and we'll follow up with the new Kirik's Vault Pass in the days after launch. Thanks for joining us and checking out the Forbidden Sanctum. We can't wait to join you in Rayclast on December 9th. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready in chat.
Dude, so Starforge, which is the sword that they said they're gonna massively buff,
Yeah.
it used to have 500% increased damage as a maximum roll, and they nerfed it down to 300%.
But now that divs have changed?
Huh?
Now that divs have changed?
Well, they nerfed it to 300% max, and now it's back to 500%, it looks like. So they reverted the nerf. That nerf was done a while ago.
That's nuts. Dude, I like the idea that you could use the actual pack they're selling for content. Like, picture it not necessarily a gambling stream, but having people guess how many links or how many sockets you're going to end up with while they're, like, in your local area.
Good morning,
I
Exiles.
guarantee that's gonna-
And welcome back for another Q&A session with none other than Chris Wilson. Good morning,
let's see
Chris.
what's
Thank
next.
you for joining us once again.
Oh, thanks for being here as well.
I'm very keen to jump into chatting about Forbidden Sanctum straight away, but as always, you folks can
That's
put
so
your
cool.
questions in the chat, and our helpful team of moderators will pull some out for us to answer. So, Path of Exile gets to be so many things. It has gotten to be so many things over the years. Do you ever really feel like you just don't need to make another game in any other genre because you can just make a league that is that genre? Like make a
I was going to
farming
say,
league or
this
a
feels like a whole
city
new
building
game.
league or a roguelike league.
I guess it's one perk of the job, but we always try to make sure that when we're designing our leagues, they're games that fit within the idea of being an action RPG. Like they have to involve you killing monsters and finding items in order to fit within Path of Exile.
Yeah.
Yeah, so even when you're farming, you're killing monsters, or even when you're fishing, you're killing monsters.
When you're
Oh my god.
Pull
Bit of
monsters
an
out of the
agenda
water.
there, Ziggy.
I was planning on pushing the fishing angle.
So that's when you get on the boat and have your fishing league, right?
And you like pull
Yep.
monsters out of the water, right? Like giant fish that you then battle with as they flop around on the deck. That makes sense.
Interesting. That one's under NDA. Sorry.
No, I'm in trouble. How do you gain access to the new Forbidden Sanctum?
So basically, every area you're playing in has a portal that gives you access to it. It basically takes you to the next room that you're playing in the Sanctum in your current run.
Ah, okay. So to clarify,
Oh.
then the Sanctum's divided into rooms, each with their own encounter, and then
It's like
floors
Alva.
with a boss at the end of each. And then there's the whole Sanctum itself, which is multiple floors.
That's right. So the Sanctum itself has 4 floors, each one guarded by a boss at the end, with the ultimate boss fight at the end of the 4th floor. And each of the floors has 8 rooms, and so a maximum length Sanctum run would be 32 consecutive rooms, which you'd play out over potentially 32 maps. But it's worth emphasizing that, as with most roguelikes, you don't just install it and then happily play through to the end in one go. It's something that you get further and further with each run as you get better meta progression, as you learn more about it, and as you have good versus bad runs.
I presume it like level scales to the character kind of as you're leveling still, as per
Yes.
regular leagues. Is there any potential, do you think, that someone who's like quite good at the game maybe gets through on their first try, or is this quite definitely
Of
you're gonna have to make
course.
it a bit further each time?
We never underestimate the players, right? Like we
Facts.
try as hard as we
They've
can
done
to
some
achieve
shit.
something, and then players will just blow
They've
right
done
past
some
that
shit.
because there are millions of them, and they're pretty damn good at the game. So I don't want to make any promises there, but it certainly is the case that in order to get really deep into the Sanctum, you have to know a lot about it. You have to have some experience with it. You have to ideally have a good character with a capable build. You'd ideally have a good setup of your relics, which are the meta progression. To get to the deeper floors, it certainly requires that you've assembled relics that fit with your strategy. And it also helps to be having a good run. I can't emphasize that enough. It's very roguelike, where you're picking up these random boons, these random afflictions. And if you get the bad afflictions on you early on, that run is not going to last long. If you get a really good set of boons, you could have a really deep run, much further than you otherwise would at your current level.
That's
so you mentioned
kind of genius. I didn't think about it that
That's
way.
like the biggest thing we've had by a pretty substantial margin, because even building the temple was around 11 maps to build a full temple and then run that. And that was like, that's a pretty sizable thing. So this is a lot bigger than that then.
That's correct, but a lot of the rewards you're getting along the way, and so it's entirely fine to play the Sanctum a few floors in and then fail and play again, and it's still a rewarding experience, assuming you don't gamble on
I'm definitely
pushing
playing this
the rewards
league.
right to the end of the entire Sanctum run, but it's unlikely you're going to choose to do that until you are really confident in your ability to do this run particularly well.
Yeah, so I saw the reward options are like, take a tiny reward now, take a decent reward at the end of the floor. So you're like, oh, I can make it 3 or 4 rooms. And then there's the really big one at the end as well. And there's stack right if you get a bunch of them.
That's right, and it was kind of funny because in the live stream I said this is a massive reward, and we're showing like a few Chaos Orbs as the reward. So of course, chat memed that as much as they could. The thing is, okay, so let's do some math here, right? It's 32 rooms in a Sanctum run, and deferrals make up something like 40%. Deferral is what I'm internally calling the offer reward here. It makes up around 40% of the rooms. And so if you're offered an average of a whole bunch of Chaos Orbs, I think the example there had like 18, but obviously the currency numbers will vary a lot, and you were to defer those entirely to the end of the Sanctum run, you would be getting hundreds of currency. And it can have divines, mirrors, and various other stuff in there moderately rarely.
Mirrors?
So it's entirely possible that were you to defer everything to the end in
Wait
a
a
big gamble,
second.
you could receive a very,
You
very
went by
large
that
payout.
real fast.
Now,
Yeah,
of course,
right. Hold on, run it
deferring at
back.
the end
Did
of
you
the
say
Sanctum is a crazy
mirrors?
strategy. We don't recommend that. It will end in tears.
You
Only
have
do
Chaos
this if you're
Orbs divided
confident in
mirrors.
this run. It's set up so that the rewards for immediately taking them are still
Multiple
worthwhile.
mirrors
If you
from a
played the
map?
Sanctum and just took the reward
See,
immediately,
he's
it's a
grinning,
decent
he's
amount of
like,
currency
I heard
that makes
that.
it worthwhile on top of the other rewards you're getting. But there's always the temptation of the end of the floor. The floor one is the one that's juiced a little bit. Of course, in later floors, the end of the Sanctum doesn't look very far away. And if you know you're
Chat
having a
is
good
going
run and
off
you've got
about that.
confidence, then why not take the
Alright,
extra
hold on,
reward
I
by
gotta
doing
see
a
it.
big gamble?
This deferral mechanic's super interesting, actually, because you've designed leagues where you get like some reward immediately, and then you've designed leagues where you do like a lot of content and then get a ton of rewards all at once. So this
Yeah, I
allows
see it.
players to have control over that mechanic and make that decision for themselves. But
And
have
this
you
is-
like kind of... Yeah, sorry.
I was just going to say, this is because roguelikes have good runs and bad runs. If you're having a bad run, take the rewards
Right.
now and get as far as you can. If you're having a great run, that gives you the ability to make an ultimatum-like gamble.
Yeah, right. You can make those strategic decisions.
More
kind of based on,
gambling,
like, this has been a
wow.
brutal slog. I am no way am
Wow.
I getting through this. I'm gonna check out now.
Ka-chow.
Yeah, that makes sense. Have you thought about like the player mindset of just like, I always gonna take the big one? Because I look at it and I'm like, I'm always gonna take the one, and
He's
the
calling
biggest
us
one,
out.
I'm never gonna get it because I'm always gonna die.
Obviously, players want to min-max stuff. They want to get the best result, but the best result may pragmatically say, I'm going to take this reward that's in a shorter time frame. Plus, okay, so anyone who's done economics or finance understands the concept of the time value of money. $1 now is worth more than $1 later because you can put it to use right now. And when these full Sanctum runs taking 30 maps, maybe getting a pile of Chaoses, potentially some higher currency like Exalts and Divines, a few maps from now is actually better for your character development than getting a very large pile in 20 maps.
Yeah,
Maybe,
that's what I
especially when there's a
said.
conditional element to that. It
Depending
may be
on where
that
you
getting
are.
something a few maps from now that you can then trade to get more progression is actually better for you. So there are a lot of hard decisions which we put on the table here for the players.
Damn, I'm gonna have to dig out my old economics textbooks.
That's Excel, right?
Yeah, now you're speaking our language. Let's talk the resolve.
People are already
mechanics.
making
to clarify,
spreadsheets.
Resolve is an independent health bar for
Yes.
the Forbidden
already
Sanctum
making trades.
specifically, and when your resolve runs
Are
out,
you
you're kicked out
really?
of the Sanctum, dead or not,
Yeah.
right?
That's correct. Now, I noticed the reaction when we're announcing the resolve system there, as a lot of players said, why? As though this is a negative thing, but I want to have a chance to explain it. So we tried very hard initially to work out a system here that works with your player life. Then there's no additional bars. The problem is, though, Path of Exile's player life fluctuates up and down rapidly. You're constantly healing yourself. You've got recovery. There's no persistence to this. Your player life is like how out of breath you are, if you see what I mean. It's a very brief, it's almost like your heartbeat to some extent. And so if we were to say, look, if you lose some life in this room, then when you come back into the next room, that life is going to be missing. So you've got a kind of a progression through the sanctum. Then they just press 1 and heal themselves fully and carry on playing.
I see.
And so our experiments where there's no meta progression in it do not function as a roguelike. There has to be a thing where you get worn down. Having said that, half of the plan here, half of the strategy you have to do in your sanctum is work out how you are recovering your resolve. And there are lots of different ways. It's along the lines, I mean, it's as simple as if your resolve is lower than you'd like because the sanctum one is one you're struggling with, then you have to start pathing through various things like fountains or choosing boons which enable more resolve recovery. And every time you have to choose something focusing on resolve recovery, you're implicitly losing some other thing you could be getting, like more rewards or a different axis of power. And so
Interesting.
the degree to which you're struggling with the run forces you to focus on staying alive and not getting rewards. But conversely, this means if you're having a good run where you are not struggling at all, you can just kind of ignore your resolve and focus on becoming super powerful. And this works really well as a roguelike. And I would really encourage people to try it out before judging it based on the fact that it's an additional life bar. We don't add those kind of things, for no reason.
Yeah,
And
lightheartedly.
and means as well that you don't have as much pressure on your actual player life. And it's very interesting how build agnostic this is, because it creates a situation where different Path of Exile players can experience the Sanctum in similar ways, despite the fact their builds play quite differently.
This was Q&A is super good to do because you get a chance to explain this, like how you arrived at this design decision that you can't really do in the reveal because it would bog down the reveal for like 10 minutes. So that's super interesting. You actually touched on a topic I wanted to ask. So Resolve seems to reward high mobility play styles that can completely avoid attacks. So since mitigation doesn't affect resolve damage, how does it feel playing like a low mobility tanky melee character in the Sanctum when you kind of just be failing runs due to chip damage that otherwise is not a threat to you?
We thought of that.
Yeah.
So we've made it so that the resolve damage is lower if you're close to a target. Essentially, if you're melee and you're right in their face, then you take less resolve damage than if you're further away. And so attacks are also very telegraphed. And that means that even if you're a tanky melee character, you have an opportunity to get out of the way. You probably should consider at least a Quicksilver Flask if you're going into the Sanctum so that you have some ability to respond to stuff, but that's normal Path of Exile play. Even in Ruthless, where there's significantly less mobility skills, Quicksilver Flasks still exist. The other thing is, if your build is one where you're expecting to take a lot of resolve damage, just spec your relics into resolve recovery. Relics are your meta progression that you can choose. They're locked in for the Sanctum run, and you keep them between runs. So if you feel that you want more resolve recovery, get relics that do that. And if you're a character that's given up mobility, has some ability at the expense of maybe less damage or less tankiness or something, then there are other things they can specialize their relics into if they have enough resolve.
That taking less damage at close range thing is super interesting. Is that like kind of a fast shot mechanic applied to projectile attacks or something?
It's like that for all of the resolve stuff, and this is something that we've realized is necessary because the melee and tanky characters get up close, and so it's better for that to be balanced around it.
All right, cool. And just to clarify for people, if you are playing hardcore, this means you can fail the Sanctum without dying. So I was like, I thought
That's
that was a hardcore league.
Right. The intention of the Forbidden Sanctum is that you will fail your Sanctum many, many times on the path to finding all of the good stuff in it. And so if that meant the hardcore character was dead and had to start again, it just wouldn't be a hardcore compatible league. And so a side effect of Resolve is that hardcore characters can actually engage with it without putting themselves in mortal danger. It also means, of course, with the way that experience penalties work, high-level characters can play without putting their current experience so much on the line. I mean, it's still very... I mean, I've died in the Sanctum numerous occasions with legitimate player life deaths because I was careless, but it's certainly easier from a player life point of view than, say, high-level mapping is.
Well, that kind of speaks to the concept of Resolve as a whole. Resolve is about how well you've done over the course of the entire dungeon, whereas your health is how well you've done in this specific engagement, which is an interesting kind of like two-faceted approach that we don't normally have in Path of Exile. Like if you do bad at the start of a map, it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect the rest of the map, right?
Yeah, and it's also meant that if we want something to be dangerous, we up the resolve a bit. We don't up its damage, threatening the actual characters.
Interesting. Cool. All right. So to clarify on the sanctified relics, these are the ones where the effects work on your character outside of the Sanctum.
That's correct. Yeah, both inside and outside. So these are a permanent power power progression for characters. They're hard to get. They're very end game. You know, we're talking late maps here, and they're obviously due to the fact that they can't be crafted and can't be traded means that you are very limited in how many of these you get access to. But they are very powerful, and because of the fact that they can't be crafted or traded, we've made sure to juice the mods on them and make sure it's not watered down. These are relics which will significantly affect the character power of your build. Now, they are shared.
Imagine having to
among all the
farm
characters on
over
your
and over
account,
to get
meaning
one that
can
you
come
actually
with,
like.
you know, from the same pool. So it does mean that if you find one for one character and you want to use it on a different build, it's entirely possible to.
Very cool. How does the Sanctum work in a party then?
Okay. Got a bunch of rules here. Short answer is, as with all recent leagues, we want party play to work, but we also want it so that people don't feel encouraged to cheese things through party play. And so the philosophy basically is, like, one of the problems with Arch Nemesis with the whole culling situation is that players realize when they find a certain monster that, oh, I now have to engage with other humans in order to get maximum result here. And we want Sanctum to work in a party without creating the feeling that you have to engage with humans in order to get the best out of your Sanctum. It shouldn't feel like you only want to go in there when you have a whole bunch of friends who are online at the same time. So we've come up with rules that enable you to play as a party, and certainly there are some benefits for doing so, but there is also some liability to it. And so the way it works is the Sanctum is always that of the map owner. The person who created the map is the one whose Sanctum you are playing. So if Ziggy and I are playing and we're doing Ziggy's Sanctum, he's the one getting the progress for that. I'm there to help, and afterwards it would be nice if he reciprocated and we did my Sanctum as well, but it's primarily your one that's progressing. And so this means that you are the one who makes the choices about stuff. This is the one, it's your relics matter there. We're using your gold, your boons, your afflictions, and your resolve bar. That's the important thing to note. If you invite other party members into your Sanctum with you, they don't just get a free ability to have their own resolve bar, which doesn't matter, or they can run around and distract the monsters. You are, as a party, sharing the resolve bar with the map owner. And this means that extra party members can't just go and suicide themselves on stuff to distract the monsters. They actually have to be playing properly. Party member deaths do not end the current run, so if they happen to die legitimately, that doesn't screw up what you're doing. There's a bunch of other small rules there, like you know, party members can view the merchant and view the map, but only the map owner actually makes the choices and purchases stuff. In practice, what this means is it's fun to bring people in and play together. It does give you a small advantage from a combat point of view if you have multiple players, but you do all have to be playing cohesively, so only bring in party members you trust. You can also drop party members in and out, so by that I mean, like, you know, I can play this room with Ziggy and the next one with someone else, and because it's sharing my resources, that's compatible without having to have like a party resolve bar that's, you know, reserved for a specific group of people and so on.
All right. So if I bring a viewer in and they want to sabotage me, they can run in front of all the monsters.
Yep.
Great.
That would be hilarious. You guys should do that.
You guys should do that.
Please. Okay. We got a couple of chat questions on the mechanics here specifically as well. Also, I just wanted to add another one. When you die in the Sanctum via resolve death, and your character flops on the ground like a fish, are you fully protected from taking any damage from any source, dots, anything like that? You guys have checked, right?
Yes. I checked this yesterday. The list of things you are like, I'll read it to you. Cannot be damaged. Minions take no actions. You have grace period. Dealt no damage. Minions have no damage. Minions cannot be damaged. There's a whole bunch of stuff.
Good. Okay, cool. Excellent. Just had to make 100% sure. We didn't want any people
because they missed it on
I
some
fell
skills.
over in the Sanctum and then I died when I couldn't control my character. So, good. Excellent. Losing a resolve death, TK Hectic asks, is your XP lost or is your XP protected?
My belief is, correct me if I'm wrong, so that was the dev check. You don't lose experience if you fail out through to resolve, and that's because it isn't actually a death. It doesn't increase the deaths count. You don't lose experience. You don't lose hardcore characters. It's entirely basically fainting and being ejected.
Gotcha.
Why is everyone saying dev check?
Do we need to interact with the league mechanic every zone, or can we somehow build them up or save them to run them all at once?
You do interact with it in every zone, and it's not a particularly long encounter. These aren't very large rooms, but yes, you should interact with every zone.
Yeah, sometimes you literally you would probably just portal in and click a fountain and leave, right? And then go back to your map?
The structure is that every room, so the basic way it works is you take the portal and you appear in a small antechamber, which enables you to make a choice. You click on the map, have a look at what the options are of where you want to go next. You
I
can
got
look
the
a few
Twitch drop,
ahead,
by the way.
and you lock in a choice, and then a door, one of the
Oh, you
three
did?
doors, well, up to three
Yeah.
doors in that room
Don't forget
slides
to claim
open.
it.
So you go through. Now you're in the actual main
yeah, that's
sanctum
right.
room. So you do whatever the objective is in there, which may be just getting to the exit or killing the guards or whatever. And this is not designed to take long. It's meant to not interrupt your mapping from a pace point of view. And then you end up in the reward room. Every room has a reward, and these vary from all the things we've talked about.
Wait, what I do?
Fountains, affliction fountains, merchant, treasure room, and so on, or the offer one, which is the item deferral, and a whole bunch of other. I should add, there are a lot of other reward rooms we haven't shown in the live stream. Like the goal here is players explore and find stuff, so we only showed a subset in the announcement. And so after you've done that, you're right back into the map you were playing, and so it's a relatively quick process and does improve your sanctum progress or give you some actual currency with each room you play.
Yeah, for some behind the scenes insight here. For this one, we were specifically like, let's try and avoid spoilers as much as possible for like the things you can discover in the Forbidden Sanctum. So there's a bit of a discovery process there.
There's a lot of discovery, and there's quite a lot of story as well. Like there's an actual reason why the Sanctum has, got this bad person in there and what's going on with that. But we'd much prefer people actually enjoy that rather than us dumping it all on them here.
And bosses too. I'm very excited.
Yeah, lots of boss fights.
Ooh, lots. I was thinking there might just be like 2 or something. Very good. Official Arrow asks, do totems, when they take damage, lose your resolve? And I'll tack onto that minions as well.
No, they do not.
Great.
So minions
Excellent.
is the meta.
Does self-inflicted
again?
damage affect resolve?
I don't think it does. There's a lot of shrugging. No. It's only damage that's tagged with affecting your resolve, like ones from the monsters.
So for ward loop.
There are some, let's say, environmental hazards in the Sanctum. You can see it briefly in some of the footage of some, like, big molten orbs flying around and so on, and that kind of thing. An object in the middle of the room that's spewing out laser beams that rotates, for example, that stuff will hurt your resolve. But it's really telegraphed. Like, it's very easy for people to deal with.
Well, there you go. That answers Monkey Dota's question as well. So we'll move on to the next topic, which is endgame changes. So the need to swap between bossing and mapping in the Atlas trees was definitely something that felt awkward. So I'm pretty excited to learn a bit more about that change. Many of the nodes have been rolled into the game as default now for bossing. But are there any passives that remain on the Atlas tree for bossing reward stuff? I'm guessing there are still nodes, for example, to enable the Uber versions of the various bosses, at least?
Yes, there are Uber nodes still, so if you want to play the Uber fights, you can allocate the passive, but thankfully that's a very small investment that you wouldn't do particularly often. And the main problem, which is where you feel like you have to fully spec into bosses and then fully unspec back into mapping, which is a large investment, is not there anymore.
So they don't mind you
the kind
swapping.
of people that are doing Uber pinnacle farming can afford the regrets to flick a passive on and off from time to time. But basically, the plan is that you can play bosses at any time without feeling like you have to respec your tree or you're missing out on something.
I mean, it's also important to note that the Ubers are not the default bosses now, thankfully. Very good. Some of the allocatable boss nodes made things more challenging in addition to more rewarding. So, for example, Inevitable Ambush, which added a second Guardian to the Guardian fights. Are things like this made default behavior now, or are they still passives, or are they just gone?
The ones that add extra challenge and rewards are gone for now, but this isn't a we don't like them, they're gone forever. It's a case that we want to bring them back in some form.
I see.
And we have some plans for this. They
That kind of
probably won't be
stinks.
an at 320 release, but we do have some cool ways where basically the ability to opt in to the challenge and reward is not going to come from the tree because that creates the problems we've discussed, but it will come from somewhere. And so players will be able to get their challenge and reward back for those. But in the meantime, obviously, there's still a lot of ways you can ramp up the juice and challenge from these encounters.
Jack was wondering if Atlas Tree will be viewable today alongside patch notes, or is that a little bit later maybe?
I don't think it's today, but our expectation is to release it before release so that you do get a chance
That's
to
going to make a
plan
big
around it.
difference.
Okay. Reign of Pain Games asks, there was mention of boss nodes being moved from the Atlas passive tree to the bosses directly. To avoid what happened last league with loot, are there any number changes happening with the modifiers?
I'm unaware of any. I mean, we've tried very hard to communicate everything as clearly as we can in the patch notes. I mean, I can't promise we haven't missed anything, but we have scoured stuff in order to try to make sure it's complete, and also written the live stream and our information up based on this kind of stuff. So we are trying very hard to disclose any small changes like that which would have an impact. I'm not aware of any stuff we haven't spoken about there.
All right, let's talk a bit about rare monsters. I think a lot of players are very happy to read the manifesto about the replacement of the Arch Nemesis system.
Oh, yeah, let's see. Let's see how big these monsters go.
Nemesis-like system. Do you think that this new system will still achieve the goals that you set out to achieve with Arch Nemesis, though?
So the goal of Arch Nemesis initially was modernization of the effects and their balance. We felt that the old monster mods were just really old. We just basically needed to give them a fresh coat of paint. Now our fresh coat of paint included some stuff that players didn't like, and so we're trying very hard to make sure the new system does achieve the core goals of Arch Nemesis without having the things that people didn't like. And so to that effect, it now does use modern effects. There's a lot of cool stuff that we weren't doing with the system that was 2 systems ago, and the balance is appropriate for current Path of Exile. So it's definitely ticked those boxes, but at the same time, it's trying to be much more understandable and simple and a bit less in your face than Arch Nemesis was.
On a very kind of just like rough feelings basis, how do you think like an old
Yeah,
Arch
how's it
Nemesis
feel to play?
compares to a new rare monster on average?
My impression so far is that the monsters are on average a bit easier, but the key thing is this. A previous Arch Nemesis mod had a grab bag of stuff that it did. It generally made the monster do more damage in a generic sense. It also had an interesting thing that happened gameplay-wise, and it added a bunch of defensive properties, and often more.
He's
often
talking
on
about
multiple
magma
axes.
barrier.
And so it cohesively had a kind of a, this is a fire, it's going to screw you up with fire in 4 different ways kind of theme.
Yeah,
so
magma
it
barrier,
applied to
told
pretty
you.
much any character, right? It would have some way of interacting with them. The new mods are very simple. The new mods say, cool, you're not going to be able to do much fire damage to me, or I'm going to do a lot of fire damage to you, or I have a magma barrier. They just do one thing, and therefore they're very, let's just say, Boolean against certain players. I'll give an example. Let's say you run into a rare monster with 2 mods, and those 2 mods are that it will blind you and that it's resistant to fire damage. So if you're playing a cold caster, neither of those mods affects you whatsoever. They're literally nothing. And so you can kill a monster easily and it doesn't do anything extra to you. Great. And on average, you're often encountering this. But if you're playing a fire melee character, it blinds you, which is going to affect your accuracy, and the fire damage is going to be mitigated against it. This will be a harder fight. It will wake you up a bit when you encounter it. And so you're going to find this situation where a lot more monsters are just speed
Harder
bumps
to
along the
kill.
way and aren't causing a problem, and sometimes there'll be one which causes you issues because of your build.
I kind of like
And
that
so
though.
it's quite a different experience for
It's a
different
fair
players,
shake
but
for everybody,
overall,
it feels
the
like.
monsters are at a glance much simpler in terms of what they do, and you're not encountering the onerous, long, frustrating fights every single area like you were before.
See, I like that because you feel good when you're playing a build and you run into a challenge where you're like, ha, my build doesn't care about this at all. You feel clever, you know?
Yeah.
Even though it's just kind of the luck of the draw on that one, but yeah, that feels good. So on the modifiers, only doing what they say, fantastic. However, there still kind of remains a problem where this information is in a small text list at the top of the screen. Have you guys explored the idea of color coding the new modifiers in some way to help players identify them? Or maybe using other systems like, I don't know, little symbols or maybe like color-coded glows on monsters to denote certain effects and so on?
They do have visual effects on them in many cases, so you often can see what a monster does based on what it looks like. But otherwise, what we focused on here is to succinctly and completely describe what the monster does in text. And this is a list that has more words than Arch Nemesis, because Arch Nemesis would have something like Flamewalker, and then what does that mean? Who knows? You'd learn, of course, but there were 70 plus of them.
Oh, yeah.
And so now it specifically says what it does. This may mean more reading. It may not be a good endpoint.
I gotta say
it might
that
be
Flicker
we need to
Strike
make the
clip
things
makes me wanna
slightly
play
more
Flicker
concise,
Strike.
but I'm really worried about us getting back into keywording, because part of the problem with keywording was then a player can't look at the keyword and actually understand what it does. So I don't know. Longer term, there are probably solutions. Maybe the right answer is to put some color coding back. Currently, it's not color coded. That was something which went with the keywords in Arch Nemesis. I mean, it could be restored, but we'd like people to play and give us some feedback. If you guys can suggest how the mods can be made further clear, so that you can easily identify them while you're playing, that's really useful. Have a go. We're open to feedback here. We want to make sure the monster mod system achieves our goals and is still easy to read.
Yeah, I think the color coding would be a good thing. It could be something that could be done gradually over time as well. Like you start with elementally aligned things that are color coded alongside their elements, for example.
One thing we have done, and this isn't something we spoke about on the live stream, is that the text under the monsters that says like resist fire, resist cold, or vulnerable to fire, vulnerable to cold, the one that kicks in when they have approximately 15% resistance, was feeling a bit spammy alongside all these mods. Like when we're asking you to read 2 or 3 short lines of mod text, having like resist fire, resist cold underneath it as well was quite a lot. And so we've moved those to little symbols over on the right of the life bar. And so if you're the kind of character who cares about which monsters are fire resistant, you're just glancing at symbols now rather than trying to read text. And that's helped declutter it quite a bit.
So that's great. That sounds awesome. I look forward to seeing that. Yeah, it's kind of like what I was talking about. Yeah, little symbols and life bars. Great idea. Excellent. Good to know.
Ziggy D's nuts.
Yeah, but for
let's sort of-
people
the
who have
loot
smaller
goblin
screens, I
issue,
feel like
it
that's
seems like it'll
harder.
be solved by players simply just
Not that I
knowing
do,
which
but
monster is going to be the big loot pinata. Good news indeed. But how do you feel about the loot conversion system overall? Because I thought this system was quite interesting, but maybe a little bit tainted by how it was implemented. So for the unfamiliar, the loot conversion system is this new system that takes what a monster would usually drop and converts it into a new type of reward, like all currency, for example.
So we've reviewed the loot conversions and added some new ones, dropped some old ones, like the ones that just gave you piles and piles of flasks, for example. As far as I know, that doesn't exist anymore. And we've gone through and made sure to use the feedback that people have had. The special... So the way it works is rare monsters drop more items than regular monsters. By itself, that should be enough reward, but we want it to be interesting, and we want people to feel like they're really, that there's an extra reason to kill rare monsters, because you could otherwise ignore them. And so you basically have these bonus drops that can occur, and bonus drops include conversions, but they also include a lot of other stuff. And there's a chance of getting the bonus drops that's proportional to the mods that are on the monster. For example, if a monster has 2 mods on it, then it has 2 chances to get a bonus. If it has 4 mods, it has 4 chances to get a bonus. And the individual mods have higher chances, where I believe like the more difficult ones, like for example, if there's one that's similar to one of the old Pantheon mods, and that it does, like it evokes some, god who comes and smites you, for example, then it is significantly higher. There's a significantly higher chance that it's going to have a special drop here. And what you find is when a monster has, the convergence of all of the really big mods in it, it's a hard fight, that results in there being a very high chance of one of these special drops, which is potentially a conversion or potentially one of the other ones we haven't spoken about yet. And this results in a thing where you have a lot of incentive to fight rare monsters, a lot of incentive to fight hard rare monsters, but you don't feel that you can assess a monster beforehand and then try to min-max what your exact party composition should be in order to get the maximum rewards from that fight. We've also tried to smooth this out a bit more, like the thing in the past where you could potentially, under the right circumstances, get dozens and dozens of divines from a monster, and then everyone else feels like they're getting nothing, wasn't
Who
great.
was getting
so we're trying to make
dozens
sure
and
that there are
dozens
still
of
spikes,
divines from
but
a
it's a bit less
monster?
spiky than before. There's a bit more spread across all of the different things, and a lot of the bad
strats to
options
find
are a
the
bit better now.
touched
A lot
mobs
more
and then just
variety too,
exiting
it
the map
sounds
if there weren't
Is
any.
this something you've considered
yeah.
doing to map bosses as well? Like map bosses have definitely gotten better over time in terms of reward and more interesting, which I like. But it still seems like in a lot of cases they could get a little spicier.
It's worth looking into. Yeah, we've been focusing this cycle on trying to get the monster mods into a good place and to scrub all the arch nemesis off everything.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh, feels good.
Those power washing videos? It's like that.
Yeah, I'll get my gurney out and hose off the arch nemesis filth. Oh dear. Definitely threw me there. A lot of people in chat asked, how will Headhunter work with the new monster mods?
It won't.
Okay.
Get a replica.
This is the
Buy
first
mine.
question we're expecting. There are way more mods now, and that means Headhunter players that are getting a lot of mods cap out later. Previously, because there were relatively few arch nemesis mods, I mean, there were still dozens to be fair, but there were fewer. Once you've got them all active, you can't get more. Whereas here, there are far more mods, and so you can have far more upper end power. Having said that, these do less than the arch nemesis mods because that's what you asked us to do, and so they do implicitly. Like at the low end, Headhunter is less powerful. At the high end, Headhunter is more powerful. You pick which is best.
It's a kind of a slower ramp up to a higher potential sort of deal. You asked for this.
And we're calling Headhunter Val Cleave now.
Excellent. Immortalum asks, does that mean no more fractured flasks because of the flask thing being removed?
Do you happen to know that?
Well, is there a flask conversion that's not been?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the flask conversion is gone. That and the like piles of whetstones ones are 2 examples.
The monster drops in the fracture conversion.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll fracture regular flask drops.
Okay. Simple Cookie asks, will the Atlas passive that increase the amount of mods on rare monsters be added back with the new rare monster changes?
I don't think it has been. Do you know that? Yeah. I mean, we certainly discussed it, but we want to kind of get a vanilla experience here of how many rare monster mods is appropriate, and an issue with feedback is if there are ways to juice it up and then people say there are too many mods, we don't know if they necessarily had that active. So we'll consider it for the future, but this has been year of rare monster mods, so let's just try this new system and see if people appreciate the changes, and then we can look at further changes to it.
been a wild ride, Chris.
Mm.
All right. So recently you swapped kind of Divine and Exalted Orbs around. Now that we've had a league with the various changes surrounding these high-end currencies, I'd like to know what were the goals of effectively swapping Divines and Exalts, and how effective have the changes been?
Well, the goals were that exalts were used more for crafting, that someone would actually consider taking an item and using an exalted orb to get another mod that is random. That's happening now, a lot more than it was before. Secondly, we wanted it to be harder to
back.
divine items, not just because we're mean, but because it makes well-rolled
Talking about the
uniques more
divine
valuable.
switch.
Previously, because divines were really accessible, well, relatively accessible, it meant that if you have a really rolled unique, it didn't really feel that special because someone can slam a few divines into it to get something like that. Now there is quite a wide variance of stuff. Like look at something like Brass Dome, for example, where the the worst versions of it are worth quite a lot less than the really good ones, and that's more fun because then you find something
He
that's
should have
just
used
a much better
Inventors.
version of something that someone else has that's worth less, and you feel good about that. These goals were achieved, right? Like it certainly is harder to divine items. It is easier to exalt them. The economy survived. Life goes on. We'll continue to make broad changes whenever we feel like it that affect the economy, but it's sometimes good to
He's like, and if you
just
don't
cause
like
a bit of
it,
a shift in how people value items. You don't get entrenched values. You don't get people believing, oh, this item is
Whenever we
6x
feel like
forever.
it.
You know, it changes because the game changes.
So for the standard players that are still coping with their stash full of exalts because they didn't
He said,
convert
"Get
them over
over
in
it."
time.
This is
Here.
like seriously, like, oh, I had entirely all my money in Bitcoin and now it's worthless, right? Like diversify, right? Again,
Wow.
economics.
Chris is teaching multiple economics lessons today.
Yeah, yeah,
That will
really.
set you up for life. Have a diversified portfolio of currency items.
Okay.
And not
It's
just
really
currency. Keep some rares, keep some crafting stuff. Anyway,
yeah.
It's like jeweler's orbs are
invest in
next.
some high-end one-of-a-kind items, right?
some old skin maps,
Imagine.
maybe alternate.
Oh yeah.
I found out I have this red beak on my account from the early race seasons. Like I'm talking, I logged in to do races back in 2013 to literally test they were working and got an alternate art red beak, and now it's worth a mirror in standard.
Wait, is it? I'm pretty sure I have
Wow.
one of those.
Well, I mean that was just with a quick search, but yeah. So invest in a variety of different items in your standard portfolio if you don't want to get wrecked by economic changes.
If only I played in standard, I'd be rich. It's so good. It's interesting to see some new Var skills. It's certainly been a while.
Everyone's
I tried to,
asking about
look up
Divine Shards.
exactly when, and I think 3.3 Incursion was the last time, which was get ready, 17 leagues ago.
Jesus.
So powerful, longer cooldown or like ultimate skills can make gameplay quite a bit more engaging, I think. And a lot of people love Val skills for that reason. It's certainly an underutilized skill category, though, not something you add new skills to all the time. So how do you decide then whether to make a skill a Val skill or just a regular skill that does a similar thing?
Well, if we're trying to come up with an ultimate skill, Val skills are ones that we have a control over you only using periodically, whereas regular skills, we generally don't put big cooldowns on them unless there's a bypassable thing. So if it's something where there's a good cooldown bypass mechanism, then it will probably be a regular skill. Now, the thing we're doing with Val skills here is we want to buff melee. There are a number of, like, you may be thinking, wow, that's a lot of changes to melee, or you may be thinking, where are all the melee changes, depending on whether you happen to notice stuff. But the changes to endgame unique weapons affect melee, the Val skill stuff affects melee in a way I'll discuss in a second. There's a bunch of other bits and pieces, like melee splash is being added to as a node on the passive tree, and we have some, I'm not supposed to talk about the details because it's secret, but you'll find there's some totem mastery that
Still
affects
secret?
melee in an interesting way. So there's a few bits and pieces that together actually do make quite a cohesive set of melee buffs. But the theory with the Val ones is we targeted a set of weaker melee skills where previously, if the player is using that skill, they just do the damage they were doing. And rather than just saying, oh, we're going to give the skill a little bit more damage, which has various issues, we've created a Val version, which at face value means that every X attacks, you get to do a more powerful one, which is an indirect buff. But we've tried to design many of these Val skills so that they also directly buff the main version. Like Val Cleave is an example where if you're using Val Cleave occasionally, your cleaves themselves are more powerful. And so it's doing a more powerful attack sometimes and increasing the power of your other attacks the rest of the time. And because of the change where using the Val gem gives you the regular version of the skill, then there's no excuse not to be using Val Cleave if you were playing a Cleave character. And so overall, there are a lot of Val skills there that cause melee characters to be quite a lot more powerful. It also meant that we could, for example, target skills that we felt needed it. Now, when you see the patch notes in a little bit, you'll notice there's a small nerf to Lightning Strike, right? And you may be thinking, well, if we're trying to buff melee, what are you doing nerfing Lightning Strike? And the answer is it's far, 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 far better than the other melee skills. And so we're buffing the category, but that doesn't mean that every skill needs to come out entirely, entirely with additional damage on it. And so you'll find that melee overall is more powerful, but within the melee category, there's quite a lot more options available than there were before.
All right. So yeah, you like Val Cleave's a little underutilized. +2 radius not enough. We'll just give it a mini headhunter. Well, that'll help.
Imagine.
Of all
Headhunter's
skills,
going
then
way
a
down in
concept that's
value.
likely to carry forth into part of
Replica's
Exalt 2
going
with its
way
ultimate
up.
skill fit. Let's guess a system. even.
Steal mods from every
no
kind of
comment.
monster.
Okay.
Magic.
Nice. Frozen Legion is
Replica
a pretty big news as
Headhunter
well, so
gives
to
you magic.
clarify,
Val
visually
Cleave
missed a
gives you
particular
rare and
detail
unique.
about it. It's actually a spell that summons statues that
Steal
then
mods from
attack
everything.
their weapon, right?
Yeah, that's what they said earlier, right?
That's
Rare and
right.
unique. It triggers the
A spell
effect, the
attack.
chance to steal a mod.
So you've done it now. There's nothing
I
to
don't know if
stop
it's rare
you
and
from
unique.
casting a spell
Find
that
out.
shoots your bow's arrow or attack that casts a spell that then
Val
does
Cleave
another
gonna
attack.
be broken.
So, is this something you're going to explore more potentially?
I'd say consider this as a hint at the way we're designing some Path of Exile 2 skills.
A little bit more going on. I like it. Very cool. We have a couple extra chat questions here. Oh, everyone was asking about divine shards. Yeah, I see you chat. I see you spamming divine shards.
I was gonna
everyone
say everybody wants to
divine
know.
shards are going to be a thing. All right.
I've been waiting for this
They're
one.
called Chaos Orbs.
God.
Shards have problems.
Bro, he
Shards-
said
so
no.
We designed Path
Straight
of
out
Exile
no.
to get away from the concept of there being a homogeneous gold currency in games, right? And I understand every league we do, we introduce gold in it, but that's within the confines of that particular scope. But overall, in main Path of Exile, we want to make sure that the currency items have fluctuating values relative to each other. It's very important as part of the way the trade works. And so taking something like Divine Orbs that are the de facto currency for high-end trades and adding a granular, proportional, like Divine Sense thing is not something that we would do unless there was a good reason for it. And so we'd have no plans to add Divine Shards. We think it would potentially be negative. It's okay to use cheaper currency as the Divine Shards. Like you can take Chaos Orbs and turn them into Divines through trade or other mechanisms. The value fluctuates, but that's what we want it to be doing.
All right. Booze Addicts asks, do the clones from the new skills count as minions? That'll be the Frozen Legion.
Oh, that's
I only
a
ever saw them
great
referred to as
question.
statues.
They do
No
not.
one-
They do not.
Yeah, so it's like Val Double Strike, for example.
The Attack on to Plane asks, does Val
That was a
Flicker
really
attack
good
one
question.
target multiple times? So does it have like boss applications then, or is it more about pack clear?
Can hit the same target more than once, so on a boss, every single hit will be on boss.
Yeah. Against a single target, it will do every single hit against that target.
Wow.
Very cool.
Mhm.
Okay.
It is very anime, yes.
Let's talk crafting and league mechanics a little bit. So, challenge leagues in Path of Exile have always
Jeez.
been a place.
How many
to,
hits could you
to
chain on a
experiment with
boss?
systems. Some of them intended to go core, if they work out, for example, but otherwise, others are like never really intended to go core, and they're just specifically for that. But even in that case, I imagine there's a chance that they can give you some useful information to inform future design. So crafting systems have been a bit of a trend lately, I notice, with leagues, like Sentinel Recombinators, for example, and Lake of Calandra Mirroring. Some of these crafting systems end up being particularly liked by the players too. I think people really like the Recombinators. Are these sorts of new crafting systems designed with becoming core features in mind, or are they more experiments to explore future design possibilities? And is crafting systems something that you're keen to keep experimenting with?
We want to introduce something new in every league, a new way of getting items, or a new thing you can do with items. We found that if we leave it in the game just as a de facto thing, then you accumulate dozens and dozens and dozens of systems that create both power creep and complexity creep for the way the crafting works. And that's good. Path of Exile is meant to have that stuff, and power creep is natural, and there's no big problem there. But we have found that introducing stuff like recombinators and then turning it off until we've had a good think about how it fits in is probably safer. Like a lot of expectations with Harvest would have been reduced if we hadn't reintegrated it into the game before we were ready to and before we fully understood the consequences of that. And so with the mist from Lake of Calandra or the recombinators, we are looking for ways that we can bring them back. And we do plan to continue to introduce systems like this, some of which will stick around, some of which won't. An example is sanctified relics in the Sanctum offer a lot of character power, and that's a Sanctum specific thing. We don't expect that sanctified relics will necessarily exist after Sanctum is finished. Maybe we make it core, maybe we don't, maybe we keep them, maybe we don't.
That would
But
be
there are things
very
for that league
broken
that
to
let you
have
experiment with
in
builds that you
standard.
otherwise wouldn't be able to. There are a lot of things in there.
You would
which
have
let
so
you
much
push your build
time.
further than you normally
If they
would,
brought the league
and
mechanic,
so that's
the
something
permanent
that's cool about
character
the Sanctum
buff
League. It may
items,
be that
he said
becomes a
it might
permanent
go to
buff
core,
after
it might
later,
not.
and we are looking for ways to bring
If
stuff
it
back.
went,
Like,
if you were able
I
to get a
don't know if
permanent
this is
buff
actually a thing,
in
but at
standard
least in
for
our
any
planning,
character, any
one of the
class, and had
things was
time,
the
unlimited
monster
time
mods
to farm
could
out the
cause,
right
how they
one,
have those special drops
that's
that occur that we
broken.
were speaking
That
about a
is
few
so
minutes ago.
broken.
One of the
There's
things
no
that
way it
they
can
could
come to
drop
standard.
was the mist that mirrors from Calandra, for example, the one that gives you the 2 currency items. I don't know what form that will be in. If it's in 320, we're still sorting out the details of some of the exotic ones like that. But that's an example of us taking a system that was used as a reward mechanic for a league and then making it a rare reward from another system in the game.
Cool. Speaking of things
Yeah.
that potentially can come back in the future, is there any word on Ultimatum?
Ultimatum is split into 2 pieces. There's the boss fights with the uniques. They're back in the game, as of like last league, I think, or the one before. Time is a blur. And then there's the actual ultimatum mechanic. Now, we have a plan for the ultimatum mechanic, and we mentioned there is a plan for a while, and that plan is not due yet, but it is coming at some point until it changes. Having said that, the offer/deferral system in Sanctum does feel a lot like it. This is where we say, here is a thing, or you can keep going in order to double it, essentially, but with quite a lot more doubling going on.
It's like those
And
TikToks.
so players
Would
who
you like
like the
20
risk of
bucks now,
ultimatum
or I'll
will
double
certainly
it and
like
give it
that
to someone
mechanic.
else?
Interesting.
those are
Yeah,
so
I
good.
can see the
Yeah,
parallel
right.
there. Very briefly, just 2 small questions on Ruthless. How has the player interest and reception been to the Ruthless Alpha from your perspective?
The alpha testers are very positive. That's really good to see. I'm glad to see they're enjoying it. And hopefully those who couldn't get into the alpha and who are interested in that mode can have a chance to check it out when it launches alongside 320.
All right. Is Ruthless a mode that you want to keep making changes to long term, like rebalancing skills specifically for the mode, for example?
We will do some Ruthless specific skill balance. Currently, the focus was on getting fundamentals in place, like getting the mode to function. And then if we find time later, we'll be able to use it to make whatever changes are needed on specific skills. And to some extent, with, as you know, with the way Path of Exile works, if there's a skill that's dominant and somewhat trivializing stuff, then we won't have any qualms about ruthlessly nerfing that in that mode. Now, there's a fundamental philosophy difference, right? A player who's playing the main game will get upset if we nerf their skills, and this is because it's the way they like to play Path of Exile. If we just decide we hate minion characters one day, then all these people who come to Path of Exile to enjoy playing minion characters as a reliable way they can engage with the game would be upset that now they can't do the thing they like. In Ruthless, all bets are off. We will make whatever changes we feel like, and it will stay hard, and you will have to adapt, and, you know, the Ruthless players are big boys. They can deal with this. And
you know they're going to have
it
so
should be
much
fine.
fun just
So
being
we
like,
will
what if they
make
had to
some
do this too?
skill-specific changes, and very likely that those changes are not the same as balance changes that we do in the core game. In the core game, we want to make sure all the archetypes are viable and there's good diversity and that kind of stuff, but in Ruthless, we have other objectives.
I'm going to spam you with some uncategorized random questions from chat now. Kyle MC asks, how does quantity and rarity affect the Sanctum? And I'll append to that another question I saw someone ask.
That's also people big brain in these questions.
Your map mods do not affect the
There's
Sanctum.
no drops in there.
Quantity and rarity on your character will affect your drops you get from the monsters, I believe, right? There are monsters in the Sanctum that you can kill, and they drop items. So it's not like, you know, the goal is that when you're mapping, it doesn't reduce the amount of item drops you're getting by going and playing in the Sanctum. You do get drops, and those monsters are technically unique monsters, so technically they're pretty juiced, and quantity and rarity do affect that. So going into the Sanctum, killing some monsters is roughly similar to killing monsters on the map that you came from, plus all the Sanctum rewards on top.
Nice. Damaris asks, how endgame is the new mechanic? So that'd be Sanctum. Does that you encounter that on like the first beach as you start the campaign, or is it kick in later?
Yep, kicks in right at the beginning. So basically, you start doing your first Sanctum at level like 2 or whatever. You know, as you get into the coast, and you probably won't get very far in those Sanctum runs, but it's a good opportunity to start learning. Start accumulating some relics and so on, and you'll need them because later on it gets really hard. There are some things in the Sanctum, like the special endgame uniques, that can only be dropped if you are very high in maps, because they're very, very powerful pinnacle things. But yeah, it does play throughout the entire campaign.
So you don't even have to pinnacle boss. You just have to be able to do Sanctum.
Is going to be so insanely rare. What does this mean for Kingmaker, the item that you can make out of Soul Taker?
I was wondering about that.
I'm just gonna smile. We thought of that one.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Mystery.
Maybe it's been buffed as well.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Wait
Something
a
to be
second.
revealed potentially. Then I'm getting chat. Will our Star Forges or Line Eyes Glares sitting in standard be buffable to their Headhunter tier strengths with a Divine Orb?
Yep.
Ah!
I know
Nice.
it's stupid, isn't it? But we had to do that because it's fair and because of divination cards that you could have been hoarding and all the other things. So yeah, you get some free ridiculous items in standard if you had diversified into them.
Standard chat trade is exploding
that?
right now.
What? He didn't say what
Excellent.
item.
Someone says stonks.
Stonks. Stonks.
Okay. FDXPO asks, with endgame unique weapons becoming more rare, what about their respective divination cards, like Star Forges, for example?
Yes, we are adjusting the
I wonder if
divination
they made a
cards.
new
This
div
means in
recipe.
standard, the old divination cards are now worth more.
All right. Man with Hat, any plans to decouple melee from buffs granted by totems, Ancestral Protector, or War Chief?
This is actually a hot topic internally. I don't know the answer. Like, I think it's the case where our designers acknowledge this is a problem and are looking for solutions, but maybe we've doubled down on it a little bit in this one because of that totem mastery I mentioned before. You'll see what I mean.
Wait and see. Doug Izzle asks, will Ruthless launch on console at League launch too?
I believe so. Yeah.
Great. Lots of ultimatum questions, which we already asked. Theory Crafter and many other people ask, is Reforge keep prefix / suffix coming back in some shape or form? Speaking of things coming back.
I'm not aware of it coming back. No, sorry.
Damn.
Okay. And is there any ETA on the next mystery box release from Forest Bishop?
It's likely to be at the League launch or within a day or so of it.
All right. Spooky asks, Chris, can you please share your current thoughts on the loss of the historic buff to loot? There you go. That's a big one.
So this is one of those tricky things where, like, we feel people completely misunderstood what is there, and like we didn't want to go on a big rant and try to correct people, but we posted some numbers at some point during the league and then left it. But it boils down to this: if you're a regular player playing regular content, as we can see based on like looking at what regular players are doing, and by regular I mean people in red maps, then there is no loss of anything. It's better than it was before. Like Sentinel is higher than it was previously, and people didn't believe us. They said doubt. They weren't happy with that, so we just stopped trying to push the point. If you were one of those groups that were juicing stuff to insane degrees with 6-person parties and all the crazy stuff going on and using exactly the right league mechanics with exactly the right stuff, then yeah, absolutely there was a nerf there. And for some reason, the community feeling about this was that we nerfed the average person. Like, it's a little bit of a Robin Hood thing where we tried to take from the rich and give to the poor, and the communication around the whole thing was poorly done. We didn't explain it, like patch note it correctly. We didn't communicate about it. We didn't really understand the nature of the changes fully ourselves. But where we got it to with the buffs we did was better than where it was before, unless you were doing one of the crazy juice situations. And so it was frustrating for us because we felt that the miscommunication had kind of... The miscommunication is our fault, but we felt the whole situation kind of ran away and caused people to really hate the loot situation more than they should have done. Anyway,
He said, "You babies, grow up."
This has taught us a lot of lessons about communication, but there's no need to further improve drops related to that. The amount of currency and stuff that you're getting, and uniques, in fact, especially uniques that you're getting for regular gameplay involving a variety of different leagues, does exceed what it was in 3.18. It's just that if you're playing the crazy Imperium style stuff as we describe it, then you're certainly getting less, and that was an intentional part of the change.
Imagine being so good of a player that the staff has to use a different term for you.
The reveals,
that's
style game stuff, maybe like
that's crazy.
Describing something because you don't like historically we've never revealed everything. Like there's a lot
that's
of
a
stuff
huge
that's
compliment to
non patch notable changes.
Seriously,
all over time?
I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna watch his reaction to
this
later.
To talk about drop rate changes. If we feel that something drops too often, we'll just change it. And for decades, well, not decades, but more than a decade, we have followed that policy. Having said that, we should have talked about the changes to the quantity and rarity bonuses from different league content, because it does affect decisions people are making. There was stuff before that was really juicy and everyone wanted to play that, and we tried to make it more fair so the leagues were roughly equal, and that's something that should have been communicated more clearly, and we certainly learned the lesson there. And the lack of communication there was not malicious, it was entirely just like, ignorance on our part. There was miscommunications internally. I missed the memo almost literally, and that meant that it wasn't as much part of the marketing as it should have been. And we certainly have tried very hard this time not to make the same mistake again.
All right, good to hear. Thank you very much for the insights, Chris, and thank you for spending this time together with us, the Q&A. I'll let you get to it, and we'll let them release the patch notes so that everyone can have a read.
Oh, shit.
Enjoy, everyone. Thanks so much.
See you later, everyone.
All right, time for the website to crack.
Thoughts? What do you think?
I think I'm refreshing the patch notes page right now.
Where is... I have a link to the trade site. I should have bookmarked it. News? Where's news? Events?
Dude, forum's about to go offline.
Is that what it is? It's in forum?
It's in forums under patch notes. People who diversify their investments will be rewarded.
I know! I can't wait to see which currency he's tweaking. Come on. How many instances of this page do you think are being loaded right now at any given second?
Over 100,000. There was 95,000 viewers.
That's crazy. Come on.
The guys in the server room right now will be like, here it comes!
Facts. Hold! Come on. He had some very, like, smirky comments. Like, he's probably waiting to see what everybody has to say about this, but this definitely, it already feels like it's going to be a huge, huge season for loot. Come on, drop already. Are you spamming the refresh button as well?
Sure am. What kind of question is that? But of course I am. You know what this means, right? It's time for some snipes.
Oh, facts.
So this is anyone watching the stream right now gets the elite tips. So as soon as you get the patch notes open, click the show all button at the top, and then just Control F unique.
And just Control F unique?
Yep, and find everything that's changing. I think Kingmaker's gonna get a buff.
It definitely is. That was one of the big comments he made. Where he's like, F it, it's about to come out anyways, you know?
So that's important because my build actually benefits from Kingmaker. So if it... Oh my god. Kingmaker floor just went up to 10 div and it's not even... Patch notes aren't even out
And
yet.
it's not even out yet! People are preparing! That's crazy. Holy crap. What about that other unique? The one in the recipe to make Kingmaker. What's it called?
Soul Taker.
Oh, they're out! They're out! Let's go! They're out!
And there's load time
You have load time?
to get into the patch notes, yeah.
Achilles' prophecy is back. Divination which reward unique currency, unique scarabs. Come on. Unique jewels has been reviewed and many, including replica versions, can no longer be obtained. All of the unique jewels are going up right now. The following existing uniques are able to be found as item drops. Inspired Learning, Intuitive Leap, Lionized Fall, Might of the Meek, Pure Talent, Unending Hunger, Unnatural Instinct are all going to be regular drops now. Or droppable, at least. It doesn't say core drops. Can only be obtained from corruption outcomes. That series... Oh my god.
Was only a minor. Kingmaker was only a minor buff.
Oh, yeah? Price is coming back down. The following unique jewels can only be obtained as corruption outcomes. At Series Reign, Brute Force Solution, Careful Planning, Chill of Corruption, Efficient Training, which I have one. Energized Armor, Energy from Within, Fertile Mind, Fever Mind, Fluid Motion, Fortress Covenant, Fragility, Healthy Mind, Hidden Potential. I think that's one of the other conversion ones. Inertia, Pacifism, which you wouldn't want anyways. Powerlessness, Quickening Covenant, Reign of Splinters, Reckless Defense, Seething Fury, Self-Flagellation, Soul's Wick. I think I have a Soul's Wick. And the Golden Rule and to Dust. Okay. Added 6 new vendors for Dread Reckoning, Endless Misery, Spirit Guards, and 3 combat focus unique jewels. It doesn't say what the combat focused unique jewels are, though. Ancient Orbs and the Altar of Sacrifice can no longer be used on unique jewels. Oh, shit! Ancient Orbs and Altar of Sacrifice in the Temple can no longer be used on unique jewels, flasks, or maps. Damn. What do you get from the Altar of Sacrifice?
Oh shit. The website keeps going down.
I still have it.
Well, yeah, but you already have it loaded.
Oh, got you. 20 ranged weapons. Previously 15. There's a buff to the Pure Talent unique jewel. Added 2 new prefix modifiers that can roll on jewels. Oh, there's now more mana reservation efficiency of skills in the game.
For curses.
It says of skills. 2 to 3% increased mana reservation efficiency of skills is now rollable.
2 to 3. Conqueror's efficiency is 4 though, but not sure.
Here, I'm gonna search for what's being removed. Spark now has lab enchants, or new lab enchants. So does Ethereal Knives. Spark projectile speed helmet enchants and the Ethereal Knives Pierce helmet enchant have been removed. Spark. The projectile speed for Spark is now going to be a legacy enchant. If you have any of those.
Oh, legacy. Oh, for the helmet.
Yeah, they're going legacy. Spirit card unique jewel now has these 40. Spirit's Guard, Pure Talent unique jewel now is not being removed. Pinnacle bosses, map bosses, incursion architects, potato targets, breach lords, and other targets no longer have 33%, 60 or 66% less effective curses on them, respectively. Doom is going away. We knew that. And malediction. Being removed. Small passives. The new currency is kind of cool. Due to the changes to Exalted and Divine Orbs in 3.19, Harbingers felt relatively unrewarding to farm, as Exalted Shards presented a significant portion of the value from their reward. We've introduced Fracturing Orb and Fracturing Shards and have removed the Harvest Graph that fractures a random modifier on an item. Memory lines. Oh, you're no longer guaranteed to get into the Rogue's Harbor during Act 6. It's no longer a guaranteed drop.
Wait, what?
We've removed, where is it? We removed the guaranteed Rogue marker drop from Act 6.
Interesting.
Which is nice. It always kind of felt like it was in the way. User interface changes, bug fixes. Okay. There's a couple of unique changes, but I don't see anything that insane. The Kitaba's Feast Axe unique now has socketed gems are supported by level 30 melee splash, previously level 25, so that's getting a buff. The replica Soul Taker unique can no longer be obtained.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, hold on. Replica Soul Taker. 10 div. God damn it. You guys work way too fast.
But this is just everyone that's online right now. So the people that aren't online are gonna come online with their old prices later.
Yeah, Replica Soul Taker's one.
And div. God damn it.
God damn it. They work too quick. Voltaic Rift. The Voltaic Rift is still 1 chaos.
Still can't get to the freaking website.
Increased physical damage.
Can you copy the HTML like page and send it to me on Discord?
Copy the HTML page? What do you mean?
Like, make a copy of the website page and send it to me as a file.
How'd I do that?
Let's see.
First Cluster Jewel, notable reworks.
Right click on the page anywhere and click Save As.
Okay.
And then send me that. And I can open that in my browser.
How am I sending this to you?
Discord. be a small, like, text file.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, that works. Boom, I got it open. Cheat codes. Easy clap.
Good to see you still.
Huh? Guess they didn't want it. Okay. A cultist or hexes stat has been removed from profane bloom to the malediction notable. You're renaming this notable passive as it no longer causes you to apply malediction due to a significant increase of power.
False Smite?
Where do you see Vol Smite?
It's one of the new skills being added. Vol Smite. Oh, that's an Aurabot upgrade.
Where are those?
I just searched skill. Oh, is that towards the top?
Divergent, second wind, lightning strike. Yeah, I want to see this couple of these. Skill used by Divergent, second wind support has irreconcilable bugs with a few other stats. We've replaced the stat on Divergent second wind with generic life recovery instead of life regen.
Added over 15 new unique items.
Ooh.
Whoa!
Historically, Onslaught itself has never been a buff and cannot be scaled by modifiers to buff effects, as its only effect is you have Onslaught, which isn't very sensible. That was in the word jumble thing, which isn't very sensible.
Yo, are you ready
is
for
now
this one?
buffed. What's that? What do you got?
The Calandrous Touch unique ring has been added to the core drop pool.
Oh! What?
That is so huge.
What?
Oh my god. That's the new chase unique.
Yeah, it is. Elusive effect on average, especially in combination with Withering Step, can no longer be used while already elusive. This change shouldn't affect builds that don't have ways to gain elusive outside of Withering Step. Orbs, tainted fusings are gonna be more common now. Cyrus's Arena, Corrosive Hunger. They nerfed the Infinite Hunger.
Good. Fuck outta
Specifically
here.
the Ooze.
The infinite pain in the ass.
Facts. On the map, Kirak League mods, quest challenges. Jeez.
Oh my god. Added new vendor recipes for Dead Reckoning, Endless Misery, Spirit Guards, and the 3 combat focused unique tools. Happy hunting.
Yeah, I saw that. Intelligence support gem. Cursed ground. Supported skills create cursed ground. Enemies on the cursed ground from a supported skill are cursed with that hex. So they're
All right, sell
stationary.
all
Yeah,
your
they're
sixlings
like
now.
what you said. All of my sixlings? Why?
Because we've changed the outcome odds for Tainted Orbs of Fusing to be more favorable to match what they were in Scourgely, which was basically everyone had a 6-link because they were that calm.
Oh, jeez. Added over 15 new unique items, including one designed by a supporter. Published touch unique grants within the core grid. Arena, Arid Lake, Armory, Barrows, Belfry, Bramble Valley. Bramble Valley's gone. Cell, Chateau, Dig, Excavation, Fungal Hollow, Jungle Valley, Lava Chamber, Marshes, Mud Geyser, Park Pen, Racecourse, Ramparts, Stagnation, Summit Vault, Waste Pool, Waterways, and Wharf have all been removed from the Atlas. You're required to defeat, upgrade your Pantheon, have changed as a result of these Atlas changes. Oh, people are gonna have to refarm their Pantheons? Oh no. The Bear Woman can now be found in the cemetery map. Oh, this is gonna change how people target farm specific boss rewards too, isn't it?
Probably.
The Mad King divination card has been re-enabled and now awards an ultimate aspect. This card can now be found in the Caldera, Colosseum, Dark Forest, and Reef maps. And note in the when divination card has been re-enabled. I'm gonna get a bunch of those Mad King cards. I'm pretty sure I have a ton of Caldera maps. Must only do one
Whoa!
space. What'd you find?
There's a helmet that's being changed to curse enemies which hit you with a random hex, ignoring curse limit.
Whoa! How to be an ore bot and a curse bot at the same time?
Right?
Would you be able to
No, that's
change
big.
out your helmet?
That's big taunt bot tech.
Yeah. But I thought taunt wasn't supposed to be controllable in PoE.
It's weird. Why is this guy buying my Tempest shoe? Now I'm anxious.
Right?
Tempest.
What does he know? Say mass prop drops to basic currency items. Yeah, we know all that. When does the new league start?
December 9th?
The 9th?
Oh, here we go. The curse notable changes.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of those. Bless you. Curse immunity is going to be pretty easy to obtain. That's crazy. Inspired learning, intuitive leap, lionized fall, might of the meek, pure talent, unending hunger, and unnatural instinct are now able to be found as drops.
Oh, this is... Wait a second.
Out of these, are any of them valuable? Oh, Rain, REI. REI.
There's a new
Rain.
notable. A new notable for curses. Malicious Intent notable now gives +2 to level of all curse skill gems. This is on a clusters. And the small passives grant 5% increased effect of your curses.
Why do some of them not have it? A perfectly rolled at series Rain that is now a corruption only drop for 2x. Do you think it's worth it?
Unlikely.
But Vol skills are going to be bigger, right?
Yes.
So then why would something that gives you 20% increased Vol skill effect duration and Vol skills have a 20% chance to regain consumed souls when used?
What is it? What slot?
It's a jewel.
It's up to you. They're adding
Yeah.
a bunch of, I think like 8 new Vol skills.
Come on, invite me. Everybody is on edge. Yeah, the next one up that's perfectly rolled is a div. Yeah, dang. All right, what else we got? Careful. What is careful? Chill of corruption. They're really trying to nerf Vol Soul Gain.
Why? How?
A lot of these gems relate to recovering Vol Souls. Or not using up your Vol Souls. Which gives me the idea that these Vol skills are going to be pretty broken. These are now all corruption only. What's Fevered Mind? Let's see. Oh, geez. Notable passives in skill radius are transformed instead to 10% increased mana cost of skills and 20% increased spell damage. That's nuts.
What is it again?
Notable passive skills in radius are transformed to 10% increased mana cost of skills and 20% increased spell damage.
How big is the radius?
It doesn't say. I don't think it's... Oh, small. It's not variable. Soulswick, I have powerlessness, inertia, hidden potential. Take a look at hidden potential. Oh, that kind of sucks. %25 increased damage for each magic item equipped. What else did they add? A choice of rare weapons, that's kind of cool. Quest rewards for completing throughout sacred ground. Have you thought about a league starter yet?
No.
All right, let's see. Vol Cleave, Vol Flicker Strike, which looks fun. Vol Blade Fury, Venom Gyre, Molten Strike. Ooh, that looks fun. Vol Caustic Arrow. With the new reworked Trickster class. Oh. Word. New monitor is in.
Very
Which
nice.
means next time I will have 2 monitors. Very, very nice. Vol Caustic Arrow looks like it could be fun. But Vol Flicker Strike looks a lot more fun. But Flicker Strike's expensive to make, right?
Yes.
Divination cards. What did we get? Asenath's Mark is now attainable via Divination card. What is the Tainted Mythic Orb?
Did they add that back to the game?
Yeah.
It's,
What is-
I forget what it did.
The card literally reads disabled. And they're going for like 30 to 40 chaos. Oh no, they go up pretty quick.
I'm not up to that just yet.
And I just got one for 12 chaos.
Nice.
Thanks. Thanks, sucker. Yo, Rachel, welcome. Tom, Rachel says hello.
Yo, what's up? Sorry, I'm deep in thought.
And if I can get a div for it, I 100% will. What's the next lowest? Let me buy that one too, because it's cheap. $5.35. He's probably also reading the patch notes. Unique, elegant round shield. I feel like I had a Kills Prophecy, no?
What the heck? The Voltaic Rift unique?
I do have a Kills Prophecy. I have 2 out of 3 of them. I didn't realize I had a disabled card. Oh, I have a few. Oh, I have a couple of Mad Kings already. Oh, those might have been the ones I got. Vile Power and the Transformation I just bought.
Did you see that bow?
No, which one?
Voltaic Rift bow no longer grants 10% chance to shock.
Oh, yeah, they're dummy cheap right now, though.
But did you see what they're doing?
No, what are they putting on it instead?
It now adds 1 to 700 lightning damage.
Then make that lucky?
And 100% of lightning damage converted to chaos.
Whoa. Whoa, that's a lot of chaos damage. Hold on.
That is a lot of chaos damage. Holy piss.
You could use that on top of using Caustic Arrow or Vol Caustic Arrow. Where are you streaming from? This is my house now. This is where I live. This is just a little back room.
He lives in a log cabin.
Vile Power I already have. So I have some of these div cards that are being re-enabled now. I didn't even know that they were disabled. All right, I am about to go to the bathroom, and when I come back, are you ready to run some maps?
No.
All right, I'll be RP. You wanna lay in here, buddy? I am back. Interesting? What's interesting? This is the trailer. This is the mobile home. Why does it look real nice?
Rachel, if you drive by the remnants of his previous home, you might see it.
Yeah, it's on the same property.
He's risen from the ashes.
Literally. Ruthless. Frozen Legion. This is one I wanted to say. Consumes multiple cooldown uses summon icy. Uses your frozen sweep attack once before vanishing. Mace Scepter Staff. This skill cannot be triggered, supported by... Cannot be supported by Spell Echo either. Skill cannot repeat and can only be used by statues from Frozen Legion. Maybe I will. Adding new strength, jump, volcanic fissure, slam the ground, creating... we've seen that one. Courage to ground, hex bloom.
Dude, no one is accepting trades.
Yeah. They're
Everyone
on for
is
the
scared.
same reasons.
Everyone's scared. Scared for the pockets. I'll let you know if I get any big scores.
I got a couple of those cards that are coming back. That's about it. I don't have the 10 div to go for a Kingmaker for the crafting one.
No, I would not spend that. I might drop 400 div.
Let me price check my disabled cards right now. What does the Kills Prophecy give you? Double Corrupted Unique Elegant Round Shield. Isn't there only one Unique Elegant Round Shield?
No, there's two.
Oh, what are they? The Squire and what?
Yeah, the one that's bait for the Squire.
Oh. Alright, I'm gonna buy one more then so I have the full set. There we go. Some of these are going for a div too, so that's a little bit of a come up. Oh, he's got the hideout.
Which one?
The hideout. You know, the one with the waypoint.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Yes.
Alright, you know, let's see what a Squire, Double Corrupted Squire is going for. First of all, a regular Squire is going for 100 div. Let's go to Double Corrupted. Let's just see. Is there a place for number of implicits? Nope, that's not it. Oh my god, there's only 4 on the market. That's gonna be a huge come up if I end up getting the Squire. Do you know the name of the one that's a taunt?
The other one?
Yeah. I want to see what
search
that goes
Elegant
for.
Round Shield, and it'll show up.
Yeah. The Oppressor.
That's what it is, because it oppresses the drop rate of the other one. Ha! They're the same rarity. But the oppressor's trash.
Okay, and it's what, a 50-50 shot, or you think it's more weighted than that?
Oh, it's got to be more weighted, for sure.
Yeah, those are going for 10C, so it's the difference between 100 plus divs or 10 chaos. But I
Yeah.
have a full set of them, so for 20C, I'm going to gamble it. And then what are the other ones? Vile Power? I don't know what Vile Power granted.
That would be the biggest come up.
It doesn't say what it was. Huh? Oh, you can't corrupt a card, do you? He's got 3. I need 3. And they're how much each? 3 chaos each. Give him 10C. How far up do they go? Oh, they go up quick as well. Let's see what it gives before I spend anything. Wait a second. Vile Power used to give a prophecy. Why is it being re-enabled?
I don't know. Oh, they're reworking it.
Oh, but we don't know what it's gonna do. You will defeat the Vol Oversoul while holding Doomfletch. Oh, so it's gonna give you Doomfletch? If it's 6-linked off rip, that's already worth it. So I'm gonna ask this guy for 3.
I think I'm most excited about the Atlas passive changes.
The tree's getting so much bigger. I can't wait to sit through and actually like read them and make a plan. All right, I can't wait to see this. I wonder if it's just gonna be let's see how much a 6-link Doomfletch is actually going for. Doomfletch Royal Bow, and we're gonna look for 6-link just so we know. Oh, it's only 25C, but still.
Is Doomfletch getting buffed?
No, but I'm pretty sure if they're reworking that card, it's gonna have to do something with Vol skills. Or Doomfletch, because it says you will defeat, like, the Vol... What is it? You will defeat the Vol Oversoul while holding Doomfletch.
That means it's gonna do something while you have that. So you have to have Doomfletch equipped.
But are they reworking all prophecies or just this specific one?
Just that one, if that's in the patch notes.
Yeah, it's being brought back, at least it says. Well, the card for it is being brought back, but it doesn't say what it's going to do. It just says the Vile Power Divination card has been re-enabled. Prophecies? Nope. That is the only prophecy-related item in these patch notes. And that is the only mention of Vile Power throughout these patch notes as well. That's interesting. I can't wait to see what it does. Divination cards.
I want to see the new uniques.
Yeah, I'd like to see some of the crazy builds with the new skills.
There's 15 new uniques. Those are going to be released over the next week.
What do you think Vol Flicker Strike does?
We already saw.
It just targets multiple enemies or swings multiple hits.
Yeah, I think it's just Flicker Strike, but in a like the whole screen-wide AoE.
That sounds like fun to me. You think there's a budget Flicker Strike build? Or is there one that you know of?
I mean, you can make a decent one with like 5 or 10 div.
Expensive. We're talking about League here. I'll never see that much.
Oh yeah, no. You don't one does not start League with Flicker Strike.
How much is Kalandra's Touch going for in Standard? There's only one and it's 4 mirrors.
Added to the core drop pool, so that's going to go down, but not by much, depending on rarity. I assume it's going to be a tier 0, like Headhunter and Mageblood.
But it's to the core drop pool.
Yep.
That's disgusting. You can super juice maps now for uniques and not have to worry about getting so much trash. Four mirrors. Imagine dropping one of those.
My guess is it's gonna be like some number of hundreds of divs once it starts dropping.
Still gonna be crazy.
Yeah.
All right, let's start looking at Scarab prices. What is the one that's for more uniques?
Reliquary?
Is it?
Yep.
60C for the winged.
And it's 1C for the rusted.
That's crazy.
But you can't go up to wings, you can only go up to gilded, which is 13C.
I want to buy a stack of these rusted ones.
Gotta buy a stack.
I'm not up to that just yet.
How many items can your thing hold?
What?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. By 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they can hold 60. Immediately adds me in. This guy's about to trade me 60 scarabs, word. We'll put these away here. And he's general. Oh, I don't know why I forgot they stacked. These are all going to be the vendor in my general tab. And then we said Gilded are going for how many? $13. Okay. It's like Black Friday shopping when the doors open and everyone storms in. Same type of vibe.
Yeah, yeah.
Really too rewarding so much.
Did I get my damn wings yet? No. I'm restarting.
You didn't get wings?
I want my wings. Preferably with blue cheese.
What's the thing for MTX?
Huh?
Oh, there it is.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, it said I got my wings. Where are they? I'll probably have to relaunch the game, I'm assuming. Let's see.
Still no wings. What the heck, dude?
It says that I have them.
I want to see Vol Smite. I made a huge mistake by doing that.
Oh, it may take some time to fulfill the drop rewards.
What do you mean? It's not like there was 95,000 people expecting drop rewards.
Yeah, right. Alright, I basically have everything I'm going to be buying off of these patch notes. Unless I want to spend all of my currency. Oh. Whew. All of my sixlings I'm listing for sale. List those for sale. All right, let's look for curse effect stuff now. Let's see what it's going for. Where's my ring?
Replica Dwaydra's damning is getting a nerf.
$36. 8 div. The highest is 36. Mine is 38.
For what?
Curse enemies with elemental weakness on hit with increased effect. 38% increased effect on a ring.
Yep, so keep yours.
Yeah, I got it listed for 10 div right now, but I'm gonna crank that to 20 div. Okay. What else did I have with curse effect? Curse non-cursed enemies with enfeeble on hit with 80% increased effect. Ooh, is this unique going up? There's only 4 on the market apparently. Oh, maybe not. No, there's plenty. 1 chaos, 5 chaos, 10 chaos, 20 chaos, 40 chaos, 1x. But nothing crazy. Okay. I can't search this, right? Yeah, hold on. Let me do it in trade. We'll check. Curse effect, legacy cluster jewels. Oh wait, what is the mod that you have to search to find them?
For which one?
Cluster jewels.
Skills grant, and it's a drop down.
Skills grant, yes, there it is. $5C? Excuse me? Oh, I level what? 84?
84, yeah.
Requirements. $4x minimum. Oh my god. Oh my god, let's see if we can get this. Oh my god. Extra old. If you want to check on a new price in div, let me know. Wow, what an auto reply. That's also a scheme. He listed everything in X and made an automated like message saying ask again. 10 div F. Wait a second. It's supposed to be 1. Oh no, it's enchantment. Maximum 1. $60 div F. I was gonna say that's the same as getting one that's 6 passives but has a jewel socket, but it's 60 div. Okay. Three div. Is not online. Let's refresh that. We know what we're looking for. We know what we want. Damn. Is not online? Question mark. Yeah, okay, that's all we're gonna find out of that. I wonder why he alluded to not investing in divines. Do you think they're gonna increase the drop rate of divines?
No. But they're probably, it says they're coming out with like 20 new div cards. There's probably going to be some divine stuff in there. And like I said, I don't think they'll go way down, but they'll probably be like around 120 again.
Okay. Ignite, shock, poison, bleed. Look again at poachers. Still 1C, those aren't going up at all. Look at intuitive leap. 45C 15 minutes ago. An hour ago. They're gonna go down in price, so now's when you'd want to sell them, right?
What, divines?
No, intuitive leap.
Oh.
What's the other one?
Hey, do you want another snipe hint?
Yeah, what do you got?
Here, I'm gonna send you a portion of the patch notes.
Where are you sending them?
Discord.
Oh, there they are. Oh, shoot.
Calling it right now. Some people with big money are gonna get the implicits and the enchants all set because those are going big legacy numbers away, and they're gonna get the enchants and the implicits all set so that they can craft huge curse gear.
Have you sent that link recently? The
Which one?
search? Oh, is this it? Can we get this
Oh,
to
you have
open
it?
and... Oh no, copy
Can't get to the
link.
patch notes?
I'm trying to get to the search you bookmarked earlier. For all of the implicits. There it is. Already up to a div. Come on, answer me. It's a whole div. Yes, let's go. 2 div profit already.
On which one?
I'll tag it in a second. Flammability on a hit with 32% increased cursed effect for 1 div.
Which slot?
Gloves. That's the synthesized implicit, uncorrupted.
Nice.
Also has tier 1
You sold it
chaos
for
res
that?
on it. No, I bought it for that.
Okay.
The next one up is 3 div. 1.7 div. That's for a ring. 7x, 3 div. Is it worth buying a ring for 2 div just for flammability with 20%?
No. There's still a ton of them on the market.
Yeah, but they're already going for 3+ div.
You can if you want. I wouldn't. Margin's too small.
Let's see. All right, let me list that one that I bought. Trashing that. And that. $10C for that mod? Nope. Yeah, that mod is 3 div minimum. Let's go. We're going for quick flips here. Wow. Increased vulnerability curse effect as an enchant is only 5C.
Careful. Bases matter.
Do they?
They do. No one's gonna want to craft on a bad base, even if it has the enchant.
How is Harlequin Mask as a base? It's evasion ES for vulnerability.
Not used.
Not used?
No. You want a pure ES base like a Hubris Circlet or... Yeah, Hubris Circlet I think is the best one for that. For energy shield builds. And if it's a curse bot, they'll always use Hubris Circlet because they're all CI.
Is a curse considered a non-damaging ailment?
I'm not sure.
Hubris Circlet. With a perfectly rolled implicit of 27% increased elemental weakness curse effect.
$27 is perfect
Yeah, 25 to 27 is the range.
for the implicit.
Yeah.
I'm looking at 30. Are you looking at enchants?
No.
Oh, I see.
This is the Eater of Worlds implicit.
And is that on helmet?
Yeah.
The highest is 38. Or 36, but it looks like a lot of people don't make this.
The highest that I'm finding for that is 27. Even sorting by highest. Although one of these is a mirror. It's 27% increased elemental weakness curse effect and 12% increased mana reservation efficiency of skills. As well as discipline is 45% increased mana reservation. Holy crap. What? Yo, this one helmet is 32% mana reservation efficiency and also 45% mana reservation efficiency for discipline.
How expensive is it?
A mirror.
Oh.
As an enchant, the highest I can find is 30 as well. Damn. There are already 2 div, 4 div, 8 div, 10 div, 130 div. Crazy. Hubris Circlet with 30% increased vulnerability curse effect as an enchant. What do you figure it's worth?
You're gonna say it's 1 or 2 divs?
They got it for 1. I'm wondering if there's profit to be made. It's not corrupted or anything, it's just enchanted. Damn, with the spare curse effect, it's Wumbo. Smallest is 15 divs. That's crazy. $30 divs is the cheapest with it as an implicit.
So they're getting rid of 2 curse effect helmet mods that can stack, and none of them currently exist for elemental weakness. So I feel like that's going to be a huge profit, is making bases that have both of the T1 mods right now.
You're going to actually craft them though?
No, I might just make the bases. But I feel like each base would only cost me like 20 div. But it's like...
It's a lot of investment.
These bases are going to have like 40% less curse effect next patch.
Despair. Temporal chains. Three div as a base. That sucks. Oh, we might have found some. Is he actually about to trade me an X? No shot. No shot. He just traded me for some X.
What is it?
It's an influenced unique with 30% increased temporal chains curse effect. With non-instant mana recovery from flasks is also recovered his life. 20% increased spell damage for each 200 mana you spent recently. I got it for 2x. Let's see what it's worth. 12 div, 70 div. The only other two on the market. 19 days and 6 hours ago.
Just the implicit?
Just for the enchant on this unique.
Yeah, link it to me in the game.
There's no way. Hold on. Oh, I gotta invite you to a party, huh? There's no, that feels like a snipe and a half.
I'm not up to that just yet.
And it's influence. It's an influence unique, so you know there's something there.
That is true, the influence. But I don't think anyone's using this helmet.
Wait a second. Okay, no, I was trying to see if Shaper was highlighted before, and it was actually a bad deal. But for this specific mod, it is the cheapest on the list, and the next one up is 3 div, just for that enchant. For a hubris circlet, at least.
Yeah, but it's a unique, and I don't think anyone's going to be using this unique. I've never seen this unique used.
I'm gonna try my luck. I'm listed for a div for 2x. That's, you can't go wrong.
Well, it's
you
also
can go wrong, but
it's an influence unique, so I would ask like Zio. Zio's master at that shit.
Here, let me go to guild. Let's say, yo, Zio, any idea what this is worth? I'm listed for 2 div for now. Keep it on the bottom of the stack. And the only one with it with an Eater of Worlds implicit is 9 div. Hubris Circlet, that is. Let's see, temporal chains. What is the other one that everybody uses?
Elemental weakness, conductivity.
Yeah, I checked those ones. They're already getting up there.
Enfeeble.
Enfeeble. 3 div. 1 mirror. Holy shit. If you have a hubris circlet with 30% increase in feeble, it is a mirror. That's nuts. As an implicit, not as an enchant. As an enchant. Oh, as an enchant, there's one for 3 div, and the next one up is a mirror. What is going on there?
I have no idea.
Let's see if they'll do it for a div. How long ago was it listed? 3 months ago? Come on, you've been sitting on it for a while. You've been sitting on it for a while. Message me back.
Oh, look at that black suncrest that Iona dropped in guild.
Oh, damn. 11, 14, 15 as well. Maximum
Oh my
power
god,
charges.
what the fuck is that?
Dude, it's so
Bruh.
bad.
Look at all heist
Hey,
on me.
yo. Hey, yo. 13,
What the
14,
hell?
14.
But look at the implicits.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What the frig?
I have a Secular Skull Helm that has that.
Jesus.
I got a rock.
Huh?
Unless you double corrupt. Whoops. Yo, what?
Yeah, that helmet only has onslaught normally.
That's kind of nuts. 28% quality as well.
Fire's level 18. Quality can be spammed with painted orbs though.
Yeah, that's true. All right, I got 2 div left. I don't know what else to buy. 2 div and 2x. All
If I
right.
made a bunch of those bases, I know they would sell. But I'm like,
That's a lot of investment if they don't, though. How many would you make?
I could make so many, dude. Oh, it's so big because the helmet slot's going to be freed up because everyone's going to use that ring. So they'll want the helmets. It's literally a 20...
It's a what?
It's like a 35% drop in curse effect next patch with these two combined. So if I just made a bunch of these helmets that are 35% bases, bunch of hubris circlets.
You can do it. Damn, the ones for 3 div are already going. Mine is now the lowest on the list, and the next one up is 3 and then 7. 3, 7, 20, 28, 50.
Oh, see, they caught on. Look at guild chat. Curse effect from Icarus on helms and body armors are going to be a legacy now.
Oh, man.
Caught on. So what I'm saying is get a helmet with the curse effect and also the enchant that's 30% because that's going down to 15. So I would just buy a bunch of the bases that have the enchant already, which are currently 2 to 5 div a piece, and then I would roll the Eldritch implicits on it.
I
Which would
see.
be pricey. Because I have to use exceptional Ichors, which right now are 100 C a piece.
So I have an evasion rating glove. Oh, that's flammability. So you're looking at mostly boot bases?
Helmets.
Helmets.
Because they're getting rid of the Labyrinth enchant. And they're also getting rid of... They're cutting the Eldritch mod in half. Body armors too, but not as much. If people are using that ring for curse limit is equal to power charges, then that frees up the helmet and the body armor. So I could just make bases for those and sell the bases.
So the mod, you can apply an additional curse. How valuable did it just become?
Not very. Probably lower value because of that new ring.
Damn. Because I still have my body up for 60 div.
But could be valuable because the notable on the tree that gives you an additional curse, they're getting rid of that.
I'm gonna cut the price in half and leave it for 30 div.
The Whispers of Doom that says you can apply an additional curse, that's no longer going to do that.
Yeah, we'll leave that up for that. Replica Headhunter going up in price. Sorry, up to 50.
The helmet bases are going. The longer I wait, the 2 div one just sold. Now the floor is 3.
Oh my god.
The eye level 84 plus hubris circlets with the enchant. Oh man, here it comes. But there's
That's
hella
crazy.
people offline right now. So you know what? I'm not gonna rush to any purchases. But I think that's the biggest money maker right there.
Yeah. Could be. Yeah, I'm gonna save my last 2 div. But I got a couple of things. Who would have guessed Kingmaker? You know, the second they said the words king, people were already slamming Kingmaker into their search bars.
Yeah, it was 10 div immediately.
Yeah.
All right, these are my scores for the day that I purchased before the thing even dropped.
Oh. Your Shaper's Touch, yeah. 48%, 40%. Those are big.
And those are already legacy, so now they're double, triple. I forgot about something.
I got...
Look at that ring, the Havoc turn. Look at the suffixes.
Is that all I got? Yeah, I think that's it. I think those are it. And look at the suffixes on what?
Havoc turn.
It's pretty good. T1 rarity, T1 attack speed, and T1 curse. Elemental weakness. That's pretty good.
Yeah, let's see what you got. Harlequin mask.
I also am still selling this. I have it in for 20 div, but that doesn't seem like it's going to get up that high.
Do you remember what you paid for all these things?
2 div total.
Oh, okay. And you for sure made profit.
Oh, and this thing that I don't know what it's worth yet. Because I got that for 2x.
Oh, so you probably at least, if you can sell that for a div.
I got it listed for 2 right now because it's the lowest with this enchant on it. Lowest anything with this enchant on it right now. Oh, you invited Zio?
Yeah, I got stuff to give him.
You want to ask him what this is worth? Or see if you can get him to tell me what it's worth? I didn't see him answer in guild earlier. Woo!
Every time I enter his hideout, my whole game shits.
Wait, he joined the party?
Did he?
How are you in his hideout? Oh, you just visited hideout?
Yeah. I'm just gonna give him this stuff to add to my list of trading things.
Dude, I have I level 83 body with 104 fractured max life for 1 chaos and it hasn't sold.
T1 fractured?
No, 104 max life fractured. It's T3.
Oh, that's why.
But 104 is a lot.
Yeah, but people buying fractured stuff, they want perfect.
Yeah.
Because if they're gonna craft on it, it's gonna be perfect.
I'm also the cheapest for the Tomb Fist Unique. I'm underpriced and it hasn't sold in a very long time.
Alright, I'm gonna get off and go get some food.
Yeah, I'm about to do the same. I'm getting tired. I've been on all day. Aside from a short break.
Oh, it's the life. This is the life I want to live.
Right? All day, every day. Ugh. Wow. There was a lot to go over here, but I'm definitely going to be doing something for League Start. I'm not sure what. Really not sure what. But maybe we'll do the idea of spinning a wheel. Spin a wheel for the skill, spin a wheel for the ascendancy, and make it fun. Do something completely random and then just make it work. But that's going to be it for me, at least. It's good to be back to streaming, I will say. After this, I think I'm going back to my regularly scheduled lives. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 a.m. to noon, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Jeez. Long day. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I'm out of here. Oh. The end live button just disappeared. I guess YouTube's saying no. There it is. There it is. I'm out of here. Thank you so much for watching and hanging out. Have a good day.